para start na.
Ay, wag na. Yeah. Ang hindi ko.
Ano ko doon, gaano ka ano yung trabaho. Gusto ko lang naman yung nagagawa ko dati sa concept, nakakatulog ako, pagdating papasok ako ng ano.
We would like to invite everyone to please rise and join us in singing of the Philippine National Anthem, which will be immediately followed by our prayer.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, pero sa sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay dinatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang ay di magtitindig. Lumagang araw ng walang pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang higaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the kingdom and power and glory, the kingdom and power and glory forever.
Panginoon, sa gitna ng pagkalito at takot na bumabagabag sa amin, balutin ninyo kami ng yakap ng inyong pagmamahal at proteksyon. Palakasin po ninyo ang aming mga katawan. Patuloy na patnubayan ang aming pamilya at mga mahal sa buhay. Tulungan at gabayan po ninyo ang aming mga lider sa kanilang mga desisyon. Pagkalooban ninyo ng lakas ang mga frontliners sa kanilang pagsugpo at pagharap sa karamdamang ito. Aming Ama na pinagmumula ng aming kalakasan, kayo po ang magkaloob ng kagalingan sa lahat ng patuloy na lumalaban sa sakit na ito. Kayo po ang aming sandigan at takbuhan. Sa inyo po ang aming buong pagtitiwala. Dahil alam naming sa gitna ng krisis na ito, hindi ninyo kami pababayaan.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Kagitingan, the PVAO Historical Webinar Series 2021, Bridging the Past and the Present. I am Nico Oreiro.
And I'm Felicia Lois Lanya. We are your hosts for today. Before anything else, allow me to acknowledge the presence of the following: Department of National Defense Secretary Delfin N. Lorenzana, PVAO Administrator Yusek Ernesto G. Carolina, PVAO Deputy Administrator Raul Z. Caballes, NHCP Executive Director Mr. Restituto Aguilar, PVB Vice President Mr. Mike Villarreal, Mount Samat EVTES Administrator Mr. Francis Initorio, Dr. Neil Marshall Santillan from the University of the Philippines, Dr. Jose Romel B. Hernandez from De La Salle University, Dr. Archie V. Rezos from the University of Santo Tomas, and Professor Marlon F. Agoy MC from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Right about now, we have about 35 participants here in Zoom. And for those who were unable to pre-register, we are currently being broadcasted via Facebook Live on the official Facebook page of the Philippine Veterans Affairs Office.
Now, before we officially begin the program, here are some reminders for all of us. In case there are lags, just stay on and wait for it to load again. Zoom attendees are on mute to avoid background noise. If you have questions, you may use the message box for our Zoom attendees or use the comment section on the Facebook live stream. And after the webinar, the participants who registered in this webinar are encouraged to answer the evaluation form. The link will be sent on your email. Now, for those who have missed the 4th episode of our webinar series, which was held on March 29, here is a short recap of the discussion. In celebration of the 2021 National Women's Month, the University of the Philippines Diliman, hand in hand with the Philippine Veterans Affairs Office, hosted a webinar entitled Bayanihan, Kwentuhan ng Kabayanihan, as a part of the Kagitingan, the PVAO Historical Webinar Series. Assistant Professor Don D. Pepito G. Ramos II provided us the story of Nicolasa Dairit Panlilio. Assistant Professor Francis Justin M. Malvan discussed the life of Maria Orosa. And finally, Assistant Professor Francisco Jaime Paulo A. Giyang presented to us the story and contribution of Bay Haja Fatima Matabay Plang. For those of you who wish to watch the 4th episode of our webinar series, the recorded version may still be viewed at the official Facebook page of the Philippine Veterans Affairs Office.
For today's episode, we are welcoming back Dr. Ricardo T. Jose, who will present to us the story of the infamous Death March from the Filipino point of view with his presentation entitled The Bataan Death March, Courage Amid Atrocity. We will be also hearing from Mr. Vicente Lim IV of the American Battle Monuments Commission with his presentation Identify, Bury, and Honor, which will tell us the story of the Graves Registration Service and the Death March. And finally, Dr. Marcelino Macapinlac will be giving his presentation on reconstructing the guerrilla movement in Southern Luzon, utilizing the Brigadier General Francisco Ilicuanan, Junior Collection of the Philippine Veterans Affairs Office.
So without further ado, let us begin our program with an opening message from the Philippine Veterans Bank Vice President for Marketing Communications, Mr. Miguel Angelo Villarreal. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Villarreal would be unable to join us live today, but let me read his message for everyone. A pleasant good afternoon to one and all. On behalf of our chairman, former Secretary of Finance, Roberto Bobby de Ocampo, and our President, Renato Toto Caraval, please allow me to welcome you to this webinar entitled Bridging the Past and the Present. I would like to thank the Philippine Veterans Affairs Office, led by Yusek Ernesto Carolina, for allowing us to be their partner in this worthy endeavor. We have quite the show for you this afternoon, especially those who are very much into the Philippine World War II history. When we were coming up with this particular webinar, we wanted to present little-known facts about the Japanese occupation, more than what is known, commonly. However, we do this not just to increase our knowledge, but to learn from what history teaches us, especially from the experience of our heroes, the World War II veterans. We have great speakers lined up for you. First, we have none other than Dr. Rico Jose of the UP Department of History, known as the foremost authority of the Japanese occupation. Second, we have Vicente Lim IV, or Vinci, the great-grandson of Bigen Vicente Lim, who was a prominent figure in the Battle of Bataan. Last but not least, we have Dr. Marcelino Macapinlac of De La Salle University. We at Philippine Veterans Bank are proud to be associated with the PVAO Kagitingan series. As you may know, the Philippine Veterans Bank is unique in many ways. It literally was born from the sacrifices of our Filipino World War II veterans. It was created by an act of Congress, and as a gesture of appreciation of the country, PVB was given the authority to operate as a government depository bank. Its owners and stockholders are all the hundreds of thousands of Filipino World War II veterans or their designated heirs in their individual capacity. As in the bank's name itself, we take the example of our World War II veterans. Like in the pandemic we face today, their lives were faced with deadly challenges and with much uncertainty. They also had a formidable enemy, but their tenacity, perseverance, nationalism, and love of family allowed them to see the dawn of victory. Like our forefathers, we strive to do the same in this pandemic. In these uncertain times, we at Veterans Bank are committed to provide the best possible service for our clients. In closing, we hope you will enjoy this afternoon's webinar. Learn, listen, ask questions. It is our hope that as we see the veterans example, we, the Filipinos of today, would be inspired to look beyond ourselves and do more for their country and fellow Filipinos. Maraming salamat po. With that, we thank you, Mr. Villarreal, for your message.
This time, let us have the chairperson of the De La Salle University Department of History, Dr. Jose Romel V. Hernandez, for his special message.
A pleasant afternoon to all present here, including our lecturers, professors, researchers, our honored veterans, students, and colleagues. First of all, we would like to thank everyone for joining our lecture series aptly titled Bridging the Past and the Present, Kagitingan, the PVAO Historical Webinar Series 2021. Each of us has a story to tell about the Japanese occupation of the Philippines, be it a story of suffering, fear, laughter, and most of all, heroism. My first encounter with these stories was from my grandmother, who in lazy weekend afternoons at our old ancestral home would narrate to me and my cousins her experience as a mother to her 4 children during the war. My grandfather, she would say, joined the guerrilla movement under the Bulacan military area of General Alejo Santos. He was accordingly sent back later on to our town to work as an intelligence officer observing the movements of the Japanese stationed in Baliwag. But while he was away, my grandmother, accordingly, was included among those who were naso na and was brought to the church to listen to the Japanese declarations and speeches. Definitely, she was so afraid, but she was later released due to the mediation of a Japanese captain who she said was their gardener before the war. Connected to this is the sister of my grandfather, who was taken by the Japanese as an interpreter. She was a teacher, and so she has some influence among the people. Besides English, she could also understand some Nihongo, and this armed her in understanding some of the things the Japanese were talking about. She supplied this information to his brother, my grandfather, who, as I said, was an intelligence officer of the guerrillas. This, of course, could be a story of a whole good war movie. But most importantly, we must keep in mind that the war fought in those days was a war not just of soldiers, but a war most of all of ordinary people. This, I believe, is the relevance of the topics we are here to discuss and listen to. Ordinary people were behind the battles, and the war would have ended differently without them. And so we honor them by remembering and keeping their efforts in our memory as a people. We have encapsulated these words in our celebration as Araw ng Kagitingan. For this is what their story, our memory, and remembrance are all about. Thank you very much, and may we all have a meaningful discussion about our past.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hernandez, for that wonderful message and for sharing to us your family's personal experiences during the war.
First in the lineup of our speakers for today is University of the Philippines history professor and one of the country's foremost scholar in the Japanese occupation of the Philippines, Dr. Ricardo T. Jose. Dr. Ricardo T. Jose is the country's foremost scholar on the Second World War in the Philippines and the Asia Pacific. Currently, he is a professor of the history at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He obtained his bachelor's and master's degrees in history at UP and his PhD from the Tokyo University of Foreign Studies. He specializes in military and diplomatic history with focus on the Japanese occupation of the Philippines. A historian for decades now, Dr. Jose is acclaimed for his prolific production of work on the following: Japan-Philippine relations, United States colonial rule of the Philippines, Philippine military and diplomatic history. Among his major publications are the Manila during the Japanese occupation in Remembering World War II in the Philippines, Volume 1, Manila National Historical Institute 2007, pages 15 to 22, and the Japanese occupation of the Philippines, Volume 7, in the 10-volume series on Philippine History Kasaysayan, Metro Manila Asia Publishing Co., 1998. He has delivered papers and lectures in numerous conferences in the Philippines and abroad. He was awarded the Outstanding Young Scientist Award in the field of social science in 1997, the first historian to be given this recognition. In 2016, he was awarded the Outstanding Alumni Award by the UP Alumni Association for Historical Research. From 2013 to 2019, he was the director of the Third World Studies Center of the College of Science, Social Sciences and Philosophy, University of the Philippines, Diliman. Dr. Jose was also one recipient of the 2019 Metrobank Foundation Outstanding Filipinos Award for Teachers. During this pandemic, Dr. Jose is actively engaged in sharing his expertise and knowledge in both military and diplomatic history in various conferences and webinars. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ricardo T. Jose.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to this Kagitingan session, this particular session of the Kagitingan webinar. We are commemorating the anniversary of the fall of Bataan and also the subsequent death march. So this is a special program on the death march and related topics. So I will talk about the Bataan death march in detail, give you an outline of what happened, and then look into the courage that took place amidst that atrocity. Because what we know of the death march really is, we are familiar with some of the atrocities, we're familiar with the trials that the veterans, Americans and Filipinos faced, but we are probably not aware of the fact that there was a lot of courage that also occurred during that death march. So in order to start my presentation, let me show this picture, which is a very well circulated photograph that dramatizes what happened on April 9, 1942. It's now 79 years ago. This picture was taken in the Balanga Elementary School premises. We see in the center of the picture the main character, as it was in this picture. We see General King. General King was the commander of the Bataan force at that time. His command was limited to Bataan alone. He did not cover Corregidor or Luzon, the rest of Luzon or the Visayas. And so when he decided to surrender the troops on Bataan, night of April 8, it was with a very heavy heart, but only within his command, and that was Bataan. And that decision was made on his part because the Japanese launched a massive they launched a massive drive. They launched a massive attack on April 3, which was Good Friday at that time. The attack was conducted by new Japanese troops. Many of them had come from Singapore or from China. They were fresh, they were experienced, and the Filipino troops who held the line at that time had been at the front since January. Many of them had not been fed properly. They had been on half rations at least since early January. Many of them were very sick. They were all very tired. And so when the Japanese launched this final attack with aircraft and with tanks and with a massive artillery bombardment, the lines collapsed after that. Men who had been fighting for over 3 months simply could not stand up to the strain at that time. The Japanese were also using tanks, and we had no anti-tank weapons at that time. So General King decided to surrender at least Bataan. That was his command. But this picture does not really tell the whole story, because what really happened on April 9 was the culmination of that surrender, discussion for surrender. What really happened was that General King, Edward King, first he tried to reach out to the Japanese in the early morning of April 9, and his emissaries were almost shot at by the Japanese, and finally they reached the Japanese forces, and General King was eventually brought to them, and the discussions for the surrender took place in the Lamao Agricultural Station. There is a marker in Lamao today, and it's in Lamao where the final formal decision was made to surrender not the whole Philippines but the Bataan front. And after coming to that decision, the Japanese demanded that General King give them his sword as a sign of the old knights of before. But General King left his sword in Manila, so all he had was a pistol, and that's what he gave the Japanese commander. After that meeting where the surrender was formally agreed upon, ceasefire was agreed upon, then General King and his group of officers and men went up to Balanga, where they made the discussions on how many troops there were, what to do with them, how to get the word to both sides, and all of this. So it was the details that they were discussing in Balanga and not the actual surrender. That had already been done in Lamao. In the Lamao meeting, when General King left and when he asked, "What about my men? How can I assure myself? How can you assure us that the men will be fairly treated?" The Japanese commander said, "The Japanese are not barbarians. Don't worry, we'll take care of you." This did not happen in the way that General King or any other American or Filipino in Bataan expected. Now, as the surrender news spread, it gradually went to the other units, some of them in the front line, some of them already having pulled back because of the Japanese offensive. And so the surrenders were quite different. In some ways, the men were just too tired. Those who had been in the front line and had pulled back, they were just too tired, they were too exhausted to do anything. Those who had been in the front line but combat had not taken place, they wanted to fight on, but they were themselves tired also. So the experience of the surrender was quite different from place to place. And in fact, there were units that were in the west side of Bataan, there were units in the east side that had moved to the south. So there were many stories of what happened during the surrender. Now, when the Japanese met Filipinos for the first time, the Japanese soldiers who met the Filipinos were combat troops. They had been in the front line. They had been fighting. And the Japanese were also kind of relieved that the fighting had stopped, at least at this point. So some of the Japanese were happy in a sense that the fighting had, at least for this point in time, ended. And they told Filipinos, you will go home. Don't worry, we'll treat you well. I make this distinction because these are frontline troops. Later on, when the atrocities take place, this is in the rear. These are rear line troops. These are no longer combat troops. So there would be different experiences also as you move through down the line. Now, Filipinos who had fought in Bataan were essentially restricted to their units, their companies, their regiments, their divisions. After the surrender, many of them were able to mix with other units, and some of them found their classmates, college classmates, their friends. And so in a sense, it was a reunion of friends for some. But for others, it was really, after all those months of fighting, it was really a relief just to have that silence and that no more fighting. But that relief was shattered very quickly when one thing that occurred everywhere, Americans and Filipinos alike, was the looting by the Japanese soldiers. Now, the Japanese soldiers saw and they looked into the equipment in the packs of Americans and Filipinos, and everyone will almost everyone will agree that the Japanese soldiers they met would always look for items of value, fountain pens, watches, money, anything of value, rings. So they were looted. And as the march went on, they would meet new Japanese, different Japanese, and whatever they were able to keep, they would be looted again. So looting was one of the first atrocities that took place during the beginning of the march. Now, how many people actually surrendered when Bataan surrendered? The rough estimate is there were about 70,000 soldiers. Of these, there were about 9,000 plus Americans, and there were about 60,000 Filipinos. Now, these are approximate figures. The total number of men when the Japanese offensive started was about 76,000. But some of them had stayed in the hospitals. You had 2,000, 3,000 in the hospitals. A number of them escaped to Corregidor. Some of them escaped into the jungle before the surrender. So the total number who would eventually march the death march were about 70,000. 9,000 Americans and 60,000 Filipinos, all of whom were very weak, very tired. Many of them were also very sick. In addition to these 70,000 soldiers were 26,000 civilians. Some of them were Bataan residents. They were the residents of Bagak, of Moron, of Balanga, of Orani, of Pilar, the different towns in Bataan. And because their towns had become battlefields, they were asked to move to the back, to the rear lines, just outside Mariveles, where special camps were made for them, and they were fed. Now, in addition to the Bataan residents, were probably a few thousand people from outside Bataan. From Manila, there were several. From Tarlac, from Pampanga, from Bulacan. They all felt it safer to be in Bataan because they knew the Americans were going to come and reinforcements would come. So there were about 26,000 civilians who were in Bataan. And that's why the food situation became so crucial, because they had to be fed also. So when we look at the pictures of that initial period, the chaos or the surrender pictures, we look at what are a few that are available now. These two pictures show General King at the Lamao farm station. This is around 11 o'clock in the morning of April 9. Here he is negotiating or waiting to negotiate with the Japanese. On the right side, you see General King with the Japanese. It was the 7th Tank Regiment that was here. This was their field headquarters. And so General King was talking to the regimental commander, and eventually a staff officer of the 14th Army came, and they negotiated how the surrender was to take place. After that, General King and his party went north to Balanga on a jeep. There were very few jeeps at that time. This is one of the early jeeps, and we see General King here in the back with his helmet, and his staff is with him. One of them is carrying the white flag, but we know that this is after the Lamao discussion, because you now have the Japanese together with him. This is probably when they were arriving at Balanga, when the Japanese propaganda corps and the cameramen were all over the place. So that very famous picture that we see of General King in the Balanga Elementary School, this is another view of that discussion, where this time they were no longer talking about surrender, but this time they were talking about details, how to feed the men, how many men there are, and all of these very basic details. So after that, the Japanese were victorious. They were in total control, and all of the Filipinos and Americans, civilians, soldiers alike, would now be at the mercy of the Japanese. So the Death March can be divided into basically 4 phases. And the first phase is the assembly of the troops in 2 basic assembly sites. One of these assembly sites was in Mariveles. This is the southern tip of Bataan. The other assembly site was in the west side of Bataan in Bagak. So you have the troops on the west side of Bataan moving to Bagak, where they were assembled, and those who had been driven from the front line because of the Japanese offensive assembled in the airfield in Mariveles. Now, not all of the Japanese got word of the surrender or got word of the ceasefire, and so some of the prisoners in the Mariveles airstrip were strafed at that time. A number of them were killed, so there were still some casualties at that time. Some prisoners of war were made into human shields in front of Japanese artillery pieces that were aiming at Corregidor. So the Corregidor guns could not fire into Bataan because these prisoners of war were in front of the Japanese guns. There were some Corregidor guns that eventually fired, and some of the prisoners of war were wounded in this crossfire. But for the majority of those who had surrendered, except for a few very lucky high-ranking officers who were brought up north very quickly, the majority of the 70,000 soldiers and the 26,000 civilians began a march out of wherever they were. So whether they were coming from Bagak or Mariveles, they were ordered to move out and move towards the direction of Balanga. And initially it was chaotic. The Japanese forces were moving to the south. Their tanks, their trucks, everything was moving to the south to prepare for the invasion of Corregidor. They were also trying to take over whatever the Americans had left, the ammunition and everything. And so the Japanese were moving south as the soldiers who are now prisoners of war were moving north. As they cleared the hilly terrain of southern Bataan and moved into the plain areas of central Bataan, gradual order was brought in, and people were grouped into 50, and some Japanese guards were placed. It was again irregular. Some groups did not experience guards, others experienced very, very strict guards. In any case, anytime the Filipinos and Americans met Japanese soldiers, they would always be looted. The Japanese would look for things of value. They also were particularly keen on looking for any Japanese items, Japanese money, Japanese swords, Japanese jewels, or whatever. And anyone with anything Japanese was immediately taken out of the line and killed because they assumed that these items were taken from dead Japanese. So these were some of the early atrocities that took place: the looting, killing of people who had Japanese items, and easily the worst atrocity in the whole Death March was what was called the Pantingan River Massacre. Now, this involved groups of Filipino officers and men. The Americans were not included in this, who belonged essentially to the 91st Division, the 1st Division, and the 71st Division. They were all on the west side. Now, the 91st Division apparently did not get the orders to cease fire on time, and they had continued to fire towards the Japanese lines even after the ceasefire, and the surrender was supposed to have taken place. So the Japanese rounded these men up from 91st Division and others who were in divisions next to this area, and they systematically killed them, bayoneted or beheaded them or shot them. So the area that they were killed in still has some bones that emerge periodically. This was the single most painful, atrocious incident in the Death March. But as they moved northwards, as they came up to Pilar and the other towns towards Balanga, the prisoners of war encountered more strict guards. The kind of informality that they met early in the march was replaced by a very strict sense of the strict guards who were now uh, uh, very angry at the Americans and Filipinos. They did not allow them to break the line. They did not allow them to drink water. They didn't give them food. Anyone who fell down was either bayoneted or shot. So this was where the death march became a real death march. And those who survived all of this made it to Balanga, the capital of Bataan, and there they were concentrated in a temporary concentration camp. So these are pictures of the first stage or the first phase of the march. This is, again, the Japanese took many pictures of American prisoners of war because to them, this was something that they could gloat about, they could publish. The Japanese forces who were not as developed, or the soldiers who were not as big as American soldiers, had now won over the American soldiers. And so one finds a lot of photographs of Americans with their hands up or Americans on the death march. So this is very early. This is just as the surrender starts. This is another picture showing Americans surrendering, hands up in the air. We know that these are Japanese combat troops because of their posture and what they're doing. This is even before the march starts, but we can see this is a particularly interesting picture because the one Japanese on the left is already inspecting the belongings of the American that he's looking at. And this would be an example of the looting that took place. There were other pictures showing American soldiers with white flags, here with a staff car. And very occasionally you would have Filipinos also. This is a photograph after the surrender, very shortly after the surrender, of General Lim being interrogated by Japanese officers. So this was a kind of prize for the Japanese. They knew he was a Filipino general. So this is one of the very few pictures that shows Filipinos in that early stage of the surrender. After the surrender, the prisoners of war were gathered together like this. This is again a group of Americans, and this is a propaganda picture because it shows all this horde of American soldiers who had now surrendered, and you have only 2 Japanese sentries, and the other Japanese who's here is just resting. So this is again a classic propaganda picture. Again, the symbolism was not lost on Japanese photographers, but it also was documented by painters. And the Japanese had artists that they sent to the battlefront. This one is by Junkichi Mukai. It really says this is April 9, 1942, the start of the death march. So this is a mixture of Filipinos and Americans. It is very early in the march. So again, this is chaotic. The order has not been restored yet. Americans are mixed with Filipinos. The units have broken up. The Japanese are there, however. Here's another picture from the early part of the death march, again showing the disorganization. You would have this small group of prisoners of war. They are Filipino prisoners of war marching with one guard. It's very, very loose. This is way down in the southern part of Bataan. And you see 2 Japanese tanks on the left side heading towards the front. And in some cases, when Filipinos or Americans were too weak, they would fall in the middle of the road. And sometimes the Japanese trucks or tanks would not even stop, and they would run over the poor prisoner of war. This is a rarer picture showing a group of Filipino prisoners of war, now prisoners of war, emerging from their jungle hideout. And another picture of the early part of the death march showing the chaotic situation. You have American vehicles here, and on the left side, you actually have a Japanese truck. So it's really a mingling, Filipinos, Americans, and Japanese. This is very early in the march. In some cases, Filipinos thought that they would be taken out of Bataan by buses. Many of them had been brought by buses. So here we have Filipino soldiers rushing a bus, only to be taken out of the bus by Japanese soldiers when they came later on. These Filipinos who are rushing the bus would not be able to use the bus. There would be not enough gasoline, and Japanese would commandeer this. So they would have to walk on the march on foot. This again is from the early part of the march, the chaotic situation against Filipinos, Americans mixed together, bringing whatever they could. Later on, their belongings would be searched, and many of them would dwindle in size. As the march went on, many of them would drop their belongings because it became too heavy to carry. Another picture of the chaos in the beginning of the march. Again, you have a Philippine bus that had been commandeered, mixture Filipino and American soldiers together, marching towards Balanga. Today, we commemorate the starting point of the march, at least in Mariveles, with this kilometer zero marker. There is another one similar to this in Bagak, also the kilometer zero marker on that side. One Filipino documented the march. He was later on retired Colonel Fidel Ongpauco with the Philippine Constabulary. He sketched this. This is an early scene in the march. They are moving out of the Mariveles area, going uphill and then clearing the mountainous area. As they reached the Balanga area, they would now be assembled, if they could still be assembled like this. These are Filipino soldiers. We can tell by the uniforms they're using, but we have one Japanese guard making sure that order is maintained. Throughout this first phase of the march, as well as the other parts of the march, none of the prisoners of war were allowed to drink water, either the water on the pools by the side of the road, or there were artesian wells with flowing waters. They were not allowed to leave the line and to drink. Many of them were very thirsty. This was April, it was very hot. They had not drank since the surrender started. And so many of them were really almost delirious of thirst. So those who could not stand it anymore would break out of the line and drink water, and some of them would be killed, as shown in this illustration by Ben Steele, an American artist who survived the march and later on documented it with a series of sketches and paintings. Now, one note about the march at this point is that there were actually 3 marches in one. As soon as it was feasible, the Americans were segregated from the Filipinos. So you had 2 parallel lines. You had the American line and you had the Filipino line. So both of them were of soldiers who had surrendered, but there was a third line, and these were of the civilians who had been residents of Bataan before the war, or the refugees who had sought safety in Bataan. So some of the higher officers were exempted from all this and brought to San Fernando, in the camp earlier on, but very few, these were very few. The majority had to do the march. Now, since the Japanese segregated the Americans from Filipinos, the Japanese simply used the color of one's skin to determine who went in the Philippine line and who went into the American line. So Filipinos who were mestizo, or those who were pale-skinned, or those who were very white, had difficulty at this time because the Japanese would almost always push them towards the American line, even though they were Filipino citizens. 2 cases in point: Alfred Ceres Burgos, who was from Ateneo, an Ateneo ROTC volunteer who made his way to Bataan. He was very fair, and the Japanese continued to push him towards the American line, despite his protestations that he was Filipino. Eventually, he managed to get into the Filipino side. Another Filipino who was also very fair of skin was Saturnino Velasco Jr., officer, and he would also be pushed to the American line because of his fair skin. Eventually, he got tired of explaining that he was Filipino because the Japanese could not understand that. So he would say instead that he was Spanish and that he was on Franco's side. He would shout "Viva Franco." At that time, Spain was not on Japan's side. Spain was neutral. And so Spain was neither an enemy or an ally of Japan. So he should have been treated fairly. So he managed to get into the Philippine side of the march. Now, the civilians, they were forced to march up to the town of Pilar. It's a coastal town. Some of them settled there for a while to rest. Some of them were fed. And many of them, most of them, took boats to the coastal town of Hagonoy in Bulacan. Others wound up in other coastal towns. There were reports that some made it to Navotas or elsewhere, but most of the civilian refugees wound up in Hagonoy. And what is interesting is that many Filipino soldiers would join these civilian lines. More on that later on. So the Japanese also took a lot of pictures of the civilian refugees and also the civilian death march. So these are a couple of photographs showing the civilians coming from their camp outside Mariveles towards the Japanese lines. And on the right side, you have a civilian grouping who was being cared for by some Japanese. On the left picture here, we see Filipino refugees carrying white flags and carrying their belongings, also moving to the Japanese side. On the right side, we have a picture of some Filipino refugees, civilians, receiving rice or food from the Japanese. Not all of the Filipino refugees were fortunate enough to be fed. Many of them were not actually fed. So this is a propaganda picture that the Japanese made sure they took. Now, that was phase one. For the civilians until the town of Pilar, for the others up to the capital town of Balanga. Now, phase two was Balanga to San Fernando, Pampanga. After a rest, which was very difficult in Balanga, the soldiers who were now prisoners of war were forced to march in groups of 100, columns of 4, from Balanga to San Fernando. They would have two major stops along the way. These would be in the towns of Orani, one of the northern Bataan towns, and then the town of Lubao, a major town in Pampanga. There would be brief rest periods, but these would be under the sun most of the time. And some of the prisoners of war would call this the sun treatment, where they had no shelter and they had to sit down and squat under the heat of the sun. Some were fed twice. The Japanese would say that they had plans to feed the prisoners of war, but others received no food or water whatsoever. So this is a picture of a Japanese sentry at Balanga. Now, Balanga was largely destroyed because of bombing and artillery fire. So you see some of the ruins here. And this is a Japanese sentry in front of the church at Balanga. Now, all throughout this time, the question is, why did the march turn out this way? What happened? Why were the prisoners of war forced? Why did they have to face all these atrocities? The blame was put on General Masaharu Homa, who was the commander of the 14th Army, or the commander of the Japanese army in the Philippines at that time. Unknown to him was that one officer who did not even belong to the 14th Army, but had been sent by Tokyo to see why Bataan could not fall, what was wrong in the fighting. This was a person by the name of Colonel Masanobu Tsuji. He was already notorious for having staged the killing of Chinese in Singapore, and he was very close to Imperial Japanese headquarters in Tokyo, so he was a kind of special envoy from Tokyo. And as a punishment to the prisoners of war, he had an order issued that would kill prisoners. It's probably this, because of this, that the Pantingan River massacre took place. Now, the order was sent under the stamp or the name of General Homa, but Homa did not know about this. What Tsuji did was he forged it. He went to Manila, talked to the generals there, gained access to General Homa's name chop, his stamp, and he issued that order supposedly in General Homa's name. Some of the Japanese officers who received it did not accept it as is. They said it was not a legal order. It did not follow the usual processes. But Tsuji is considered the brains behind the atrocities that took place behind the death march. Now, as the prisoners of war began moving out of Balanga, it was now more organized. You have these groups of 100 in 4 columns, and we see that in the left photograph. This is a still from a documentary film the Japanese took. And they were guarded by Japanese sentries in front, in the back. And on the side, if we look at the picture, picture above, we see a Japanese on a bicycle. So sometimes it was the Japanese guard on the bicycle who set the pace for the march, and sometimes he drove very quickly, so it was difficult for the soldiers to keep up with him. On the right side is another illustration by Ben Steele, that American artist who survived the Death March and documented the experience. By the time they got to the northern part of Bataan, the Abukay area, this is now sugar cane land. This was a battlefield, and so some of the soldiers in the march ran off and tried to get sugar cane just to make sure they survived. But again, the Japanese sentries were watching. A number of them were killed in the process, and extreme cruelty was meted out to anybody who could not keep up with the march. Those who fell out were killed outright. Again, food and water were not given to them, and again, there was that sun treatment. So this is one of Ben Steele's artworks showing an American who has fallen by the way, and you can see a bayonet on the right side ready to hit him. The sun treatment was something like this. These are all Filipino soldiers, and this is towards the northern part of Bataan, probably Orani or maybe the area of Dinalupihan. These are rice fields, completely empty at this point. We have the Filipinos gathered together in their groups of 100, no shelter over them. So the only protection from the sun that they have is whatever headgear they have or towels. Now, phase 3 would take place after they reached San Fernando. And this was where they boarded trains. For a very few lucky death marchers, they boarded trucks and were taken to Camp O'Donnell. The majority were forced to board boxcars, which are meant for cargo, which are meant for non-living things. And the capacity of the boxcars was only good. It was only good for 40 people at a time, but they were overcrowded and over 100 were squeezed in. So after they were squeezed in, the doors were closed and they were locked. There was no window. There was no ventilation. So many other casualties fell because of these very crowded conditions. Others were boarded into cattle cars. These were at least open cars, but again, they were crowded. It was very difficult. Nobody could sit down and they had to stand up all the time. The distance between San Fernando and Capas is only about 46 kilometers, but it took about 3 hours for the trains to move from San Fernando to Capas, Tarlac. They moved very slowly and they stopped. They tended to stop at every major town. And so this made the torment of the soldiers in the cars, those in the boxcars especially. Again, this is the middle part of the day, noontime. They are in these totally enclosed cars, and the heat was going up to 40 degrees, higher than 40 degrees, no water. And it was really very, very painful situation for them. So once they got off at Capas, a number of them had died by that time. A number of them had become unconscious. There was a final part, phase 4, which would be the 11-kilometer or so march to Camp O'Donnell. Camp O'Donnell was a training camp that had been put up just before the war for the 71st Division, which came in from Negros, and that was good for only about 6,000 men, maximum 10,000 men. But what did the Japanese put there? They put all of those who could get out of the march, all of those who could march out of Bataan. This was easily about 50,000 to 60,000 men. These were now crammed into that limited confine that was only good for 6,000 to 10,000 men. So it was very cramped, very little food, very little medicine, very poor sanitation conditions, and tens of thousands would die in that camp in the next few months. So the total distance of the death march is more or less 113 kilometers. Part of that was by rail, but the majority was by walking on foot. Now, before they left San Fernando, before they boarded the trains, there was a Filipino guard or a Japanese guard who would count the number of men. So you'd have, remember, they had 100 men per group when they started out the march. Now it's a Filipino or a Japanese would count them, make sure that they were 100 per group, and they would be using a piece of bamboo or a stick like this, and sometimes banging on the heads of the prisoners of war, sometimes strong enough that the head would crack. So this is a sketch drawn by Colonel Ong Pauco. It's April 16, 1942 at San Fernando. Once they had to board the trains, we don't have any still pictures, but another survivor of the Death March, Corban K. Alabado, would sketch this years later, what he remembered of how they boarded the trains. And there's one boxcar that was used that still survives. This is what the boxcar looked like. No, totally enclosed, no windows, 2 doors, but the doors were closed during the trip, during most of the trip. So it's here that we squeezed in 100 men. This is now located in Camp O'Donnell. So this is San Fernando Station before the war, and on the bottom right you have San Fernando Station as it is today. It has been repaired, it has been rebuilt, it has been maintained as a museum, and so one can go here and see life-size figures of those who marched the Death March. Capas Railroad Station, this is what it looked like then. Today it's not quite the same, it's a small museum today, but Capas Railroad Station was a much smaller station. It's here that the Death Marchers got off their boxcars and walked the final kilometers to Camp O'Donnell. The picture on the right side shows one of the last of the original markers that was put up in 1967, which marks kilometer 112. This is the last kilometer before you reach the camp. So by the time you reach the camp, it's about 113. Colonel Ong Pauco again sketched what he remembered of the scene, and these are the soldiers, the Death Marchers, arriving at Camp O'Donnell. So for some of them, it took 4 or 5 days. For others, it took 10 days. For the others, it stretched out to 2 weeks. Now, once they were at Camp O'Donnell, conditions did not get any better. In fact, they got even worse because there was no medicine. Food was extremely scanty. Morale was down. And so hundreds would die by the day. The worst was in May of 1942, where you had about 340 dying every day. So more people died in the concentration camp at Camp O'Donnell than in the fighting in Bataan. This is a very famous photograph. It has been mislabeled in many times as being part of the Death March. This is not the Death March. This is actually the burial detail where Filipinos, these are all Filipinos, are carrying the bodies of their dead comrades to the cemetery, the last voyage of this, the last trip of these dead men. In many cases, the men carrying their dead comrades would themselves be dead in a day or 2. Everybody was weak, everybody was starving, everybody was sick. And so they were buried in a mass grave, and the mass grave looked like this. Colonel Ong Pauco sketched it again in July 1942. This is what he saw of the grave site then. And 20 to 30,000 Filipinos died in Camp O'Donnell and were buried there. A marker was built, allowed by the Japanese to be built to commemorate or to remember those who died. The marker still stands today. It was put up in July of 1942. So to sum up the Death March, you'd see this as a map of the Death March, the 113 or so kilometers. We see the 2 starting points in the south, Mariveles, and the west side, you have Bagak. Both of them would merge and mix in Balanga. The coastal town of Pilar is indicated here. It's here where the civilian Death March ended, and it's there where many of them took boats to Hagonoy, which is up to the north. And then from Balanga, that is where phase 2 started, which is all the way up to Lubao, but again with stops in Orani. The second phase was up to San Fernando with major stops at Orani and Lubao. And then the train ride from San Fernando to Capas and the final walk to Camp O'Donnell. Now, this is the atrocity. We know this is what happened. We have heard so many stories. This is what struck most people at the time, and it's still the main thing that we remember when we think about Bataan Day, Kagitingan. We think immediately of the Death March. What we don't realize is that there was a great deal of courage, selflessness, heroism during the march. So we can also say that Kagitingan was not only in Bataan, Kagitingan was not only in the fighting fronts, but it was also in the death march itself. What were examples of these? One classic example would be those death marchers who helped their fellow marchers. Those who were stronger would help the weak. Some of them would prop them up on their soldiers. Some of them half carried them when they could. Some of them took turns helping one another just to make sure that those friends would survive. So in some cases, we actually have some of those who were strong in the beginning reaching Capas, reaching Camp O'Donnell with the weaker friend. And in the end, it was the strong one who did not survive Camp O'Donnell, and the weak one survived. I have known a number of personal instances of this. So sometimes those who were helped were the ones who survived, and those who helped perished in the camp later on. But this was an act of selflessness. Everybody was tired, everybody was hungry, everybody was facing very difficult situations. But here you have that situation where loyalty to friends, loyalty to relatives, loyalty to your unit, fellow unit mate, this showed in many cases. Some of those, particularly older soldiers who were more experienced, who were hardier, who were stronger still, would encourage the younger soldiers. Most of the soldiers in Bataan were not professional soldiers. They were reservists. They were farmers. There were students in them. A number of them would really be, their morale would be very low by this time. They never expected to lose. So these soldiers who were stronger, those who were more experienced professional soldiers, would try to prop up their morale, telling them, "Konting tiis, iho, kaya natin to." There were many cases of soldiers sharing their food or water, what little food or water they had. And in some cases, some Filipinos would be appointed by the Japanese as what the Japanese called tobans. The tobans were kind of assistants to the Japanese. They helped the march proceed. They kept traffic and things like that. If anything was to be distributed, they helped distribute them. They served as partly interpreters. Two of these tobans who are remembered by some of those survivors were Fred Ruiz Castro and Ramon Laconico. Fred Ruiz Castro was a reserve army officer, and later on he would distinguish himself by becoming Chief Justice of the Supreme Court during the martial law years. Ramon Laconico was a Philippine Army officer at that time. So they would try to, they knew a little Japanese, and so they were given special privileges by the Japanese. They were the ones directing traffic. They were the ones trying to assist the Japanese to keep traffic flowing and all of this. So they had armbands which denoted their position that they were in. So instead of taking advantage of this position they were in, they would also tell their fellow death marchers, "Magtiis lang kayo, mga kasama." And in Ramon Laconico's case, he would give them what little he had of the rice ration that he was given by the Japanese. Castro would also give whatever he could to his fellow marchers. Castro would also be remembered because of one particular instance when a Filipino tried to escape the death march. He was caught by the Japanese, and the Japanese were going to kill him. They were going to execute him. Castro, knowing a little Japanese, he had gone to Japan before the war and had learned a little Japanese, would stop the Japanese and vouch for this Filipino, saying, "This is a good Filipino." And so he saved the life of that Filipino who survived the march and who survived the war. Others gave physical assistance, whatever they could. If not more moral assistance, then to give physical assistance. And for those who were devout Catholics, they turned to religion. They prayed the rosary, they looked at it, they remembered the Stations of the Cross, they remembered Christ's suffering. This was right after Holy Week. The Japanese offensive was launched on April 3, that was Good Friday. So the memories of Holy Week were still very, very strong with the soldiers who were marching at the time. So there are unfortunately no pictures that we have of this particular breed of courage, but it has been it has been commemorated in statues here and there. This is a death march memorial in Las Cruces, New Mexico, which shows 3 death marchers, 2 of them helping a weak death marcher. So this tends to typify that trying to help your death marchers to survive. Now, individual cases, we have a case of Lieutenant Romeo Nograles, who was with the 71st Division, who literally forced Lieutenant Vinicio Halandoni to bite a watermelon. This was in Lubao, when they stopped in Lubao. Halandoni was sick with malaria by this time. He was ready to give up hope, and he did not even want to bite into the watermelon because he felt he was a goner, that was it. He could not survive. Nograles would insist. He would literally force Halandoni to bite that watermelon. Once Halandoni bit the watermelon, that lifted his spirit up and he survived. Later on, he wrote his memoir, in which he mentions this. During the death march, Halandoni also mentions that he, being an officer and with another officer friend of his, came across 2 of their sergeants who were very loyal. And these sergeants, being career military people, were strong, they were built up, they had survived the trials of the campaign. They were ready to pick up Halandoni and his friend. And that was one other reason why Halandoni survived, because they met their very loyal sergeants who vouched for them. Halandoni and his co-officer in the 71st Division, Simeon Lacson, became very good friends. And along the march, they vowed to each other, they pledged to each other not to abandon each other, and that they would ensure that each survived. Both of them did survive the war. There were many other cases like this, where groups of 2 or 5 or 10 banding together saying that we will look after you, or we're going to be at your back. And this enabled these groups to survive. One of those groups of 10 or so was a group with Lieutenant Rafael Estrada, who had been with Headquarters Philippine Army. And it was particularly hard for him when they got to Capas, because his forebears were from Capas. He had relatives from Capas. And he knew the terrain very well. He knew the land. His relatives were from there. But at one point, he met relatives who wanted him to leave the line. They would take care of him. But he had pledged loyalty to this group of 10, and he promised not to leave them. So they stayed together all the way until concentration camp. Estrada was afraid that his belongings, whatever he had left, might be taken by the Japanese eventually, and that he might lose them. So a Filipino in Capas offered to take it from him. I think this was his wallet. And Estrada had no idea if he would ever see that wallet again. He just gave it on blind faith. And after the war ended, he went back to Capas, went to the municipio, asked if his wallet was there. And they said, yes, what's your name? Rafael Estrada, your wallet is here. It was complete. Nothing was stolen. All the money, all the IDs, everything was there. So it did show that there was still that humanity. There was a trustworthiness among people at that time. Other cases of courage among those who were marching. Teddy R. Visu, also with the 71st Division, this came from Negros, was an Ateneo graduate. And at one point in the march, northern part of Bataan, where the sugar cane fields were, he rushed out of line to gather stalks of sugar cane. And these were not for him alone. When he went back to the march, he shared his sugar cane with his fellow marchers. And so this was again a sign of selflessness, where you have one individual who could have probably kept all of this to himself, but sharing it with all of those marching with him. Halandoni, who we mentioned earlier also, early in the march, picked up a bottle of quinine on the march. It had probably fallen from a pocket, somebody's pocket, or from a truck, or from a medic. It fell on the ground. He saw it and he picked it up. He knew what it was. It was medicine for malaria. And he began distributing the few pills that he had, the few tablets there, to his fellow death marchers. In the end, he gave them all away. Nothing was left for him. And by the time he got to Lubao, that is where malaria struck him particularly badly. But again, it shows the selflessness of Filipinos in this particular march. Another person who is noted for being selfless is Manuel Colayco, also an Ateneo graduate, a young lawyer at that time. He was a reserve officer. He fought in Bataan. And he had some water in his canteen, and he marched the death march. He shared his water with at least one other fellow death marcher. Colayco would become famous later on as a guerrilla, and he would become the first casualty of the Battle of Manila in 1945. Now, another officer we might mention was Captain Ernesto Rufino, who was with the 41st Division. He, as an officer and from a well-to-do family, actually was able to bring his car to Bataan with driver. The driver could have had an army rank, and he could have marched the death march. But just as the surrender took place, Captain Rufino told him, "Join the civilians. You are no longer under my employ. You are free to go." And so this was true in many cases where if there were officers who had drivers or other helpers, they allowed them to leave the Philippine Army side and join the ranks of the civilians. Now, in many cases, particularly as the death march moved up to Pampanga, as they crossed the border to Pampanga, they met civilians. Now, most of the towns north of Balanga were ghost towns. This was because the battlefields, these were the battlefield areas. Remember, the civilians had been brought to the rear lines. They had been put in internment centers in the rear. And so there were no civilians left at that point. So everyone reports these ghost towns that they passed. Now, once they passed Pampanga, once they passed the border to Pampanga, things changed because this was not a battlefield. And when they reached Lubao, particularly, they encountered many Filipinos there. Most of them were from Lubao, but you also had people from outside the province. Some of them were from Manila, some of them were from Bulacan, some of them were from Tarlac and other parts of Pampanga. They had come in to see firstly if they could find their relatives or friends, but also to try to give assistance wherever they could. So some of the civilians, if you go back to the original group of civilians in Bataan, some of the civilians allowed death marchers to change into civilian clothes. They had brought some of the civilian clothes with them, and they allowed some of the Philippine Army soldiers to change to civilian clothes where they could mix in with the civilians in the civilian death march. Some of them became surrogate fathers. They carried children. They pretended they were husbands to wives and so forth. And the civilian population that was there in Bataan took care of these soldiers. They never told the Japanese that their soldiers were there. They were taken to Pilar, and many of them eventually wound up being brought to Hagonoy by banqueros. The residents of Hagonoy also deserve special mention at this particular point. Many of the Bataan survivors who managed to escape Bataan and made it to Hagonoy have a very soft spot in their heart for Hagonoy, because the Hagonoy residents opened their doors to them, regardless of who they were. They shared their little food with them. And when Japanese patrols came in searching for these escapees, the Hagonoy people protected them. They hid them, and they protected them from the Japanese. Farmers in the northern part of Bataan, and as we moved into Pampanga, would also help the escapees, the death marchers, to leave the line, to escape, and they would be brought to the mountains or hills of part of Bataan and part of Pampanga. In Pampanga, as we mentioned, since that was not a battleground, you have the local people there, and the people came out in droves to provide water, food, and other help. In particular, Lubao, the first major town in Pampanga from Bataan. Even if the Japanese threatened them, the Japanese sometimes beat them, the Japanese threatened them, some of them were killed, some of them were bullied by the Japanese, but the civilians continued to come out and try to, if they could not actually give it personally, they would leave it by the side of the road. They would leave bottles of water. They would leave rice cakes. They would leave food wrapped in banana leaves and so forth. If they could not pass it on personally, they leave it on the road. Other than that, they tended to throw it over the Japanese sentries, and whoever was lucky enough to catch it, that would provide them with their sustenance for the rest of the march. Women, the children, the elderly, they all came out. They tried to assist the death marchers. And again, for those who marched the death march and survived, they have very soft hearts for the people along the way because they gave everything that they could. This was another of those acts of selflessness that is not very much focused during the death march. And the death march, because this was phase 2, would go all the way until San Fernando. And almost all the towns that they passed, you had the people coming out, and you'd have a repeat of this sharing of food, sharing of water, and whatever else. So others of the civilians helped the prisoners of war, Filipinos or Americans, to escape. The farmers helped them escape in the field. And in some dramatic instances, elderly women wearing long skirts would shield or hide a death march escapee. And he would sneak in under the skirt, and the woman would walk away. The Japanese would not be any wiser, and he would be able to escape. Now, in the case of Santa Rita, Pampanga, there is one instance of the Dominican school there that was converted into a hospital, and the hospital welcomed some of these death march escapees. Now, the Japanese would search once in a while, but what the nuns and what the priests and what the doctors, nurses there did, the first thing they did was to burn any sign that these people were from the death march, whether they were uniforms or papers or whatever signs of insignia. These were all burned and destroyed, so they would all protect all of these escaped death marchers. So Ben Steele, who has made many illustrations depicting the death march, would pen this to show how the Filipinos helped the death marchers. In this case, a woman in her house is throwing food to both Filipinos and Americans. Again, we don't have too many memorials, but this is ironically a memorial in Florida, which shows an elderly Filipino woman giving food to 2 death marchers. So this is one classic example of those selfless cases where Filipinos are helping other Filipinos and Americans as well. One who survived, Emmanuel Hardalesa, would write later on, as we came closer to the civilians, this was in Pampanga, I saw the women in tears, feeling sympathy and sadness towards the hungry prisoners. Others were shouting the names of their relatives, asking us if we knew them or had seen them. Unexpectedly, the civilians kept throwing food such as boiled camotes, bananas, fruits, and cooked rice wrapped in banana leaves. It was an unforgettable moment. The civilians courageously showed their love and pity for the hungry, weak, and weary prisoners marching on the street. Another eyewitness, this is the one who did some of those pen sketches, Fidel Ongpauco with the PC, would write muted expressions of love that prevailed. That's what he saw in Lubao and elsewhere. Even those who never knew how to cry, those in the march, those who never knew how to cry, shed miserly tears upon witnessing the spontaneous expressions of affection from our people. It was sweet to know that even in defeat, our people loved us so much. As the trains brought the prisoners of war from San Fernando to Capas, sometimes the doors would be opened in some of the station stops in Angeles, in Bamban, and elsewhere. And when the doors were opened, Filipino civilians in those towns would throw whatever they could to the prisoners inside the train cars. And that was again a matter of life or death. The Filipinos were able to catch this food, suman, panocha, bananas, balut even, would survive because of these selfless acts of kindness. The prisoners of war from Pampanga and Tarlac would meet relatives who tried to persuade them to escape. It was very tempting to escape, but it would mean punishment for the others. And if one had sworn to stay together with one's own group, then they had to stay in the line. Now, another high point of courage would be that of the mayor of Capas town, and the people of Capas, who opened their homes to relatives of the prisoners of war from Manila and elsewhere, searching for their loved ones. So not only would the relatives from Capas and from Pampanga come here, but we have records of those from Manila and from Bulacan and elsewhere, all the way congregating to Capas. Now, Capas was a very small town. There was no hotel. And so the mayor of Capas, together with the townspeople, opened up their homes to as many as they could accommodate, and they helped them to settle down as best as they could. So, after the war, those who marched the death march would look back to those people from Capas, the mayor and the townspeople of Capas, and thank them. A marker was put there once thanking them. I'm not sure if the marker is still there, but many of these death marches owed their life to these men and women of Capas, Tarlac. There were Red Cross personnel, doctors, nurses, aid workers who came all the way from Manila. Some of them would not be allowed by the Japanese to enter the camp. Some of them would be shouted at, some of them would be beaten, some of them would be punished. But some of them stood their ground and would say that the men needed medicine, the men needed food and water, and they insisted on staying to try to help whatever they could, in whatever way they could. Some Red Cross personnel also made it to San Fernando, and a few of the prisoners of war actually were aided by those who made it there. But there were just too many prisoners of war and just too few of the Red Cross personnel who made it. So this is a sketch of what it looked like when the train stopped by briefly in Angeles, and you have townspeople throwing food wrapped in banana leaves towards the prisoners, the very hungry prisoners. And this was penned by, this is an artwork by Daniel H. Dizon of Angeles, who was a witness to this. He was, if you look closely at this illustration, he is the little boy on the left side trying to throw food. He was one of those who threw food at the prisoners of war. And the food that they had was like this. It was wrapped in banana leaves. There was suman, rice cakes, bottles of water. All of these were, again, selflessly given to those prisoners of war. If they could not be handed directly, then they were thrown. So some in Manila and other cities managed to get to Capas and San Fernando to look for relatives. We know that Marcial Lichauco, for example, managed to find a nephew and a cousin, and he did get to come back to Manila and sent word to the parents of these people that they were safe. He also got the names and addresses of others so that when he went back to Manila, he could tell the parents or the relatives that they were still okay as of that time. There were apparently attempts by the Philippine Executive Commission to try to get help to Capas, but the Japanese turned it down. We know that a group of medical professors and medical students in UST volunteered to go to Capas and help, but they were turned down by the Japanese, who said that it would reflect badly on the Japanese medical service. So in the end, the number of people who died in the death march can never actually be estimated. There were about 900 Americans. For the Filipinos, it's about 10,000 or a little more than 10,000. It's impossible to determine. Even more died, 20,000, 30,000 died in Camp O'Donnell, and their graves were there. There was a mass grave for them. And to honor them, a memorial was built that was there by July 20, 1942. To most Filipinos, what happened in the Death March was a major shock. It was a major atrocity. One Filipino in Manila who heard about the atrocities that were committed said, "The Japanese have lost the Philippines forever. They had the chance to win over the Philippines and they muffed it." And so today, when we talk about Bataan, we do remember the cruelty of the Death March. We do remember the atrocities of the Death March. But apart from that, we should also remember that there were these instances of courage, these instances of selflessness, these instances of heroism that took place during the Death March. Thank you very much for listening, and good day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rico.
For our second speaker, May we now have Mr. Vicente Lim IV of the American Battle Monument Commission and a direct descendant of the Filipino war veteran, Brigadier General Vicente Lim, the commanding general of the 41st Philippine Army Division, Southern Luzon. Vicente Paolo D. Lim IV finished his undergraduate studies in the De La Salle University, Manila, where he took up Bachelor of Arts in Economics and Bachelor of Science in Commerce, major in Marketing Management. After his 10-year career track in risk and fraud management, he decided to join the American Battle Monument Commission to pursue his interest in history by telling the stories of the heroes buried and memorialized in the 26 overseas cemeteries and 31 monuments around the world. Prior to this, he had various engagements related to history and heritage preservation, such as conducting lectures for students about the life of Brigadier General Vicente Lim and the Second World War in the Philippines. Currently, he works in the American Battle Monument Commission and conducts historical and interpretive tours of the cemetery and memorial grounds, as well as in the galleries of the visitor center. He also created and is currently managing the Brigadier General Vicente Lim Facebook page, a site dedicated to General Lim and the men of the 41st Infantry Division, PAU, where he shares the fruits of his research and interest about the Second World War. Once again, Mr. Vicente Lim IV.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vicente Lim IV, and I'm here to give a presentation which I've entitled Identify, Bury, and Honor. Now, if you look at the histories of the Bataan Death March, the Battle of Bataan, and actually most other battles in World War II, they understandably talk or tell a story about sacrifice and loss, mostly by those that fought in the front lines against the enemy. However, I think it's my opinion that it's equally compelling to be able to tell the story of the supreme effort of the men and women that were tasked to take care of the fallen or those that died in battle and lay them to rest eventually. So I'm sure that you received some introduction already of myself, but you're probably wondering also that I'm probably the only speaker because I'm of course, flanked by two distinguished speakers myself. So, si Professor Rico and Professor Noy, who have backgrounds in the academia, and I'm the only one that doesn't have that sort of a background. And you've also been wondering what my business is here presenting such a topic when, in fact, my previous background was what was a 10-year career in something very different, which was in risk and fraud assessment in the technology sector, specifically in telecommunications and more recently in card payments and e-money. But actually, the complete 180 that I did with my career was born out of a quote from one of the letters of Brigadier General Vicente Lim in one of his last known letters out of the battlefields of Bataan. And he wrote this to his wife, where he said, I sincerely give the credit to my officers and enlisted men. They are the ones who did it all. Mine was only to inspire and to lead them. When history is written, I will give them all the credit, and their satisfaction is mine to share. Now, that as a young boy, reading the letters of Lolo Vicente, and especially that particular letter, really was something that I took to heart. And it sort of became my life's mission, basically, to be able to fulfill that promise on his behalf. Now, as you probably know, Lolo Vicente never made it through the war alive. He died just before the liberation, and he was not able to fulfill that promise. Now, I'm very lucky that, my great-grandfather is pretty prominent in terms of history and knowing more information about him, but the families of those that fought with him are not as lucky as I. And a lot of them don't know what their ancestors or what their hero relatives did. And to me, I take it seriously that credit must be given where it's due. And so, which is why I jumped at the opportunity to join an organization such as the American Battle Monuments Commission to be able to help fulfill that promise, to tell the stories of the unsung heroes or those that whose stories are not told to a wider audience. And that's why I'm here today. And if for some reason you still don't know who General Vicente Lim is, well, you probably know him better as the first one of the people that you'll see on the 1,000 peso bill, together with Jose Falianes Escoda and Jose Abad Santos. Now, all three are there because of their great contributions to our nation, especially during the time of the of World War II and the Japanese occupation. No? Specifically for my great grandfather, General Vicente Lim, you probably figured that out from my name, no? Vicente Lim the Fourth. I'm already fourth generation, and my great grandfather actually had a distinction of being the first Filipino graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point, which is what the PMA or the Philippine Military Academy was patterned after. So he was the first Filipino graduate out of that academy. And the advantage of a West Point education also afforded him further education in the United States in the Army's other schools, advanced schools, like the Infantry School in Fort Benning in Georgia, the Army War College, the Staff College, and all of these advanced schools for the U.S. Army at that time. So General Lim out of West Point was commissioned as a Philippine Scout and was with the U.S. Army for about 36 years. That was until he retired as a lieutenant colonel and eventually was given a commission in the then nascent or very new Philippine Army, where he was commissioned as Brigadier General. Now, the advantage of a West Point education and his formal training as a professional soldier made him highly qualified for, being able to move up the ladder in the Army. And given his training, he eventually made it as high up as Deputy Chief of Staff, which was the second highest position in the Philippine Army at that time. And well, when the war broke out, or when the war was about to break out already, he eventually gave up that position in favor of being a field general or serving in the front lines, and which is why he ended up as the commanding officer of the 41st Division of the Philippine Army. And the 41st was actually arguably one of the better performing divisions of the Philippine Army during the Battle of Bataan specifically, and especially their stand in Abukay and the Battle of Trail 2, for example. Of course, eventually it would lead to the fall of Bataan on April 9th, and General Lim was one of those that survived the death march, the incarceration at Capas, and just like all other Filipinos, he would eventually be released from captivity, or he would be released from Camp O'Donnell. So you'll see in my presentation, the picture on the left is a photo of General Lim setting up his headquarters in a pig pen. And on the right, you'll see a very different picture of him right after the surrender of Bataan or the fall of Bataan. Looking very old, looking very thin, and with the war really taking a toll on his body or his physical well-being. Now, after incarceration and eventual release from Capas, General Lim would be offered by the Japanese positions to serve in the puppet government, and he refused this, and he refused it in a more definitive manner by pretending to be sick, and in fact, with the help of one of his cousins who happened to be a doctor, he pretended to be sick and was actually confined at the Philippine General Hospital for a long time. And during this time, he served as both a financier and a coordinator of sorts for the underground movement during that time. And I believe Professor Noy, after my talk, will go into more detail into the guerrilla movement and will probably mention some of the aspects of Lolo Vicente's service during that time. Now, unfortunately, when General Lim was supposed to make his way out to Australia to rejoin General MacArthur in the eventual return to the Philippines, he and his party were eventually caught out by a Japanese patrol off the waters of Mindoro and Batangas. And eventually he would be thrown into jail again and would end up in Fort Santiago, where he was tortured, and eventually he was beheaded right before the liberation of the Philippines was complete. So he never made it through the war. And unfortunately, also his body was never found, and which is why you'll see his name up on the walls of the missing at the Manila American Cemetery, which the panel of which you'll see over here. So you'll see there his name, his rank, the unit that he served in, and the place where he entered service, which is, of course, from the Philippines. And on the left is a picture that you'll see also in the visitor center at the Manila American Cemetery, where there's a gallery there with exhibits with different stories of those that are either buried or memorialized or have stories relevant to those buried at the Manila American Cemetery. So if you go to the visitor center, you'll see this picture over there, which is actually a picture of General Lim during his wedding day in 1917. So anyway, you've heard me mention the American Battle Monuments Commission. So the ABMC, or the American Battle Monuments Commission, actually serves as the guardian of all U.S. military cemeteries and memorials overseas, where we have 26 cemeteries and 31 memorials scattered across the globe. And its main purpose is to honor the achievements, the sacrifice, and the service of the U.S. Armed Forces primarily, and of course its fallen heroes. Now, after the end of World War I and after the end of World War II, the next of kin of the fallen soldiers or the fallen servicemen, were given the option to choose between repatriating the remains of their loved ones back to the homeland, or to be buried in and around the battlefields that these heroes fought to liberate, or to be buried beside the bodies that they fought beside. And so in the end, 40% of these remains would be buried at these overseas sites that are currently administered by the ABMC. Now, the site that I work in within the ABMC is the Manila American Cemetery, which you'll see in the slide over here. So this is a beautiful picture from, I believe it's plot D of the Manila American Cemetery. And what's unique about the site in Manila is that it is the largest, actually, of all the ABMC cemeteries. In terms of burials, it has the most, with about or more than 17,000 burials. And it's not all American burials. It actually includes more than 570 Filipino bodies, and most of those are Philippine Scouts. And a separate list is actually those that are honored on the walls of the missing, those whose bodies are never recovered, and that's 36,000, more than 36,000 names on the walls of the missing. So that's about on these walls, you'll also find more than 3,700 Filipinos. So I think what's unique about the Manila American Cemetery is it's probably one of the ABMC sites with the biggest percentage of foreign nationals that are out there, buried side by side with the American comrades that they fought with. Now, a lot of the Filipino casualties that you'd find buried at the Manila American Cemetery or honored on the walls of the missing were actually casualties of the Death March, and also, of course, the Battle of Bataan and Corregidor. And I think one more unique thing that we could point out about the Manila American Cemetery is that unlike the cemeteries that, for example, that you'd find in Europe that cover very specific campaigns or battles, the site in Manila actually covers a whole theater of operations. And if you're being technical about it, it actually covers two theaters of operation. One is the Pacific, and the other being the CBI, or the China-Burma-India Theater of Operations, which the Americans were involved in as well. So some of those that were there fought in the CBI Theater of Operations. So that's two full theaters of operation and a very wide coverage of heroes or campaigns that are covered at the cemetery. And before the ABMC took over the administration of such sites, it was actually a unit called the Graves Registration Service, which was a unit of the Quartermaster Service of the U.S. Army that actually was responsible for setting up and burying the dead where they currently lay. And it was maintained by the AGRS, or the Graves Registration Service, before handing it over to the ABMC. I mention this because it will be basically the focus of the rest of my talk. Again, with two theaters of operation, and you'd imagine just how wide the Pacific in itself is, the task of identifying or burying the dead was a monumental one. It was definitely a grim duty, and probably one that nobody wanted. But the graves registration personnel, as you'd see here in the picture where they're helping bury some of the dead in New Guinea, um, they eventually realized that it was a very solemn duty and it was a very important one. Um, some of those that would serve in the graves registration service would also give up their lives or would also be killed in the line of duty doing the task that they were enlisted to do. So again, in focusing on the Graves Registration Service, we'll go through a brief overview of the history. And it's interesting because the roots of the Graves Registration Service, or the procedures at least that they employ, um, find roots find their roots traceable back to the American experience here in the Philippines, specifically during the Philippine-American War. We'll also talk about one particular Graves Registration Unit, which is the 601st Graves Registration Company, which was tasked with retracing the steps of the Death March and recovering the servicemen that were buried along the path of the Death March. And we'll also look at some of those Graves Registration personnel that were put in harm's way and, in fact, paid the ultimate price as well, just like their frontline counterparts. So you'll see that it's okay, primarily an American story, but there are many strong and interesting Philippine connections here, which is why when I was asked to give this talk, no, I thought of something that would be interesting to a general audience, but also showed how intertwined the histories are between the United States and the Philippines. It's undeniable how intertwined those two histories are. So, okay, so we'll go on with the early days of the Graves Registration Service. So, I'm showing here actually a picture of the walls of the missing at the Manila American Cemetery. So, imagine just 36,000 names on those walls. It's just walls and walls of so many names, including that of General Vicente Lim. So, okay, the Graves Registration Service. Now, the early days, no, at the Manila American Cemetery, you'll find a lot of unique things, and one of the unique things is that the missing actually outnumbered those burials out in the plots, like 36,000 versus 17,000. That's a large difference, and you'd think that, okay, with such a large number of those that were missing or unrecovered, I thought this was something that the Graves Registration Service took to heart. Then why are there so many still left missing or unidentified? And despite all of the efforts over the years, you'd find that there are some names on the walls of the missing that have bronze rosettes beside them. And those bronze rosettes actually signify that a serviceman's remains or body would be possibly identified or recovered over the years. So over the years, there have been over 300 of those rosettes that have been attached to the names on the walls of the missing, but 300 is still a very relatively small number compared to 36,000, as you would imagine. So again, it begs the question: did they really take to heart uh, this whole duty of theirs of recovering, burying, and identifying the dead, with so many still missing? But one has to realize that by the time that World War II came along, the procedures for identifying, burying, and honoring had already come a long way already. Uh, in fact, if you trace the history of warfare, and you go back to how the dead were taken care of after battles, you'd probably find out that a lot of these bodies were left where they lay, and those that were lucky enough to be even given some sort of a burial were probably all buried in mass graves or in funeral pyres. Yeah, being burned together with a mix of your own soldiers in your own army and even the opposing army sometimes. And in the American context, even as late as the Mexican-American War, which was in 1846 to 1848, there were absolutely no procedures to speak of in terms of properly identifying, recovering, and burying the dead. In fact, evidence of that can be seen in an ABMC site which is located in Mexico, Mexico National Cemetery, which is administered by the ABMC. One of the prominent features there is a single monument which commemorates unknowns. And right under that particular monument are 750 unknowns, of those that some of them were left out in the battlefield for so many years and were recovered too late for identification already. And so there are actually 570 unknowns that are buried under that one monument. So it was not until maybe the American Civil War, which was like almost 20 years later in 1862, that there was some semblance of an intention to properly care for the dead. But even then, it was really just guidance as to what Abraham Lincoln said, that maybe they should be buried at dedicated military cemeteries or sites. But that was about it. It was not until the Spanish-American War, and of course, for those of you that know our history well, no, this connects directly to the Philippine-American War when the Americans took over as colonizers. Um, it was not until that time that there's actually some semblance of procedure in taking care of recovering the dead. And even at that time, it was just civilian contractors that were brought in to help as specialists in properly caring for the dead. And it was not until a chaplain in the name of Charles Pierce, whom you see in this slide over here, who was sent to the U.S. Army morgue here in Manila. They were fighting the Philippine-American War against Filipinos. It was not until then that he was brought in to establish some sort of procedures to collect information, no, about the dead or the casualties that were being recovered. And it was Pierce who pioneered the procedures to collect as much info as needed or as relevant, like the approximate place of death, the physical characteristics of those that were recovered, the nature of the wounds, the personal artifacts that would be recovered from the dead, uh, all of which would help eventually, hopefully, in identifying that particular casualty. Now, the Americans were fighting in a very different battlefield from what they were used to in the Philippines, and they were fighting against the weather as well. Now, you probably know that the dead decompose at a much faster rate in a tropical or in a warmer climate such as that of the Philippines. And so one of the pioneering techniques that Chaplain Pierce had to put in was the embalming techniques to be able to somehow preserve these dead bodies in a much more reliable way so that they would not be overtaken by decomposition because of the warmer weather. Speaking of warmer weather, Chaplain Pierce actually was one that whose body did not stand the weather very well, and in fact, he had to be assigned out of the Philippines after a while because it was, the weather didn't agree with him. Let's just put it that way. But before leaving the Philippines, um, Chaplain Pierce was actually the one who suggested that the dog tag concept, or using dog tags as an institutionalized practice in the U.S. Armed Forces of the U.S. Army. At that time, the few soldiers that are actually wearing dog tags, which you'll see in the next slide over here, they would just use aluminum discs that they would buy on their own, and did engrave their own names in these discs. And it was not until World War One that the practice of using dog tags, at least in the American context, no, it was not until World War One that it was widely accepted and fully institutionalized. Now, you'll see here in the next slide a burial detail during World War One. And it was only actually in World War One that the Graves Registration Service, as a part of the Quartermaster Corps of the U.S. Army, was established. That was in 1917, so almost already towards the end of the war, which is when the Americans came into play. During that war, they developed, of course, they evolved more of these procedures, the documents that they needed to process the dead. They also encountered a lot of new challenges because of the evolving nature of warfare as well. Um, and so this evolution would actually carry into World War II eventually. And the first trainees of the GR units, or the Graves Registration units, that came into World War II were actually hesitant at first. when they were recruited or when they were drafted, they would be assigned to these units, and then they would find out, okay, we're assigned to a GR unit. So they would be wondering, what is a GR unit? Is it a guerrilla raider unit? GR. But to their dismay and to their disappointment, quite frankly, they were told that they were of the Graves Registration Service. That was the GR, not a guerrilla raider. And so some of them would say that, I didn't sign up for this. I didn't sign up to be someone to bury the dead or perform this ghastly or gruesome task. But eventually, they warmed up to the idea because they found out how important this duty actually was to recover the dead. One of the main principles, of course, um, in recovering the dead quickly would be one for morale purposes, because the sooner that you take out, the dead bodies of those buddies that the frontline soldiers would be fighting with, the less chance that their morale would drop too far to be effective in combat. But also for the families also of those that were killed. Of course, there's a unique sense of closure if you have your loved ones' bodies repatriated or at least recovered or identified properly. And so it started out that these GR personnel would be on standby at casualty collection points, no, and that frontline infantry and medics were responsible actually for gathering the dead first and bringing them to these collection points, and the GR personnel were just supposed to be there to supervise um, the processing of the remains and doing the technical stuff in terms of processing and supervising the grave details, the ones that were responsible for actually doing the actual burials in the temporary sites and eventually moving them to a more permanent burial location. So some of these graves registration personnel really took their duty to heart, in that some of them, one particular example was not in the Pacific but in Europe. No, one documented example was that one graves registration personnel actually volunteered to drop in with the 82nd Airborne Division during D-Day, the invasion of Europe, uh, on June 6, 1944. No, and he volunteered to drop in with the 82nd Airborne with the reasoning that, if they were scheduled to join or be able to go into to France 3 days later after the invasion had started, it would already be too late, 3 days too late for possible identification of some of these remains. Decomposition would take over, and it would be harder to identify these bodies already. And so this particular GR personnel uh, jumped into the 82nd Airborne, and eventually that would end up to be the collection point that he set up would eventually become what would now be the Normandy American Cemetery, one of the most visited sites of the ABMC in France. Now, in the Pacific, you would imagine that this guy was fighting in Europe in a largely more temperate climate, or one that was not as warm as, say, the fighting sites in the Pacific. And thus, if they were worried about being 3 days late to recovering these remains, imagine how it is in the Pacific or even in the CBI theater, because the CBI theater, in terms of geography, was just as treacherous as the sites in the Pacific: jungles, mountains, impassable locations, and all of that. In the Pacific, you also have to account for not only the jungles and the mountains, you also have to account for the scattered nature of the islands and the campaigns that were being fought on these islands. And so um, it made it that much more complex a job in the Pacific. No? And if you read through the history of the Quartermaster Corps, especially during their efforts here in the Pacific, they'd also acknowledge that difficulty as well. And in fact, we know how the Europe First policy doomed or eventually doomed the defense of the Philippines, and at least the initial stages of uh, how the Allies were in full retreat and on the defensive largely in the beginning of the Pacific War, or the war in the Pacific. So the Europe First policy trickled down also to the graves registration units themselves. So there was a shortage of GR troops, equipment, and supplies, and access to the supplies needed by the GR troops to do their jobs properly. And that partially explains the larger proportion of unrecovered bodies and unidentified bodies. So you have the geography, the wide range of battlefields that were involved in the Pacific and CDI, and well, the conditions that they had to overcome aside from supply shortages and personnel shortages, so to speak. Um, so that's why on the walls of the Museum of the Manila American Cemetery, there are just so many of these unrecovered personnel. But of course, part of the numbers there also actually are due to the fact that on the Navy side, what we call the Navy side of the walls of the missing, some of those that are listed as missing there weren't necessarily missing, but they died on ships or died at sea. So some of them were buried at sea, even if they were properly identified or whatever. They would be buried at sea according to Navy tradition, and that adds to the volume. But still, it's still a big number of those that were actually missing or unrecovered or remain unknown to this day. So, of those 36,000 names, as I mentioned earlier, 3,700 of those names are Filipino, and one of those is General Vicente Lim. Now, in terms of a specific quartermaster grades registration company or unit, that takes me to our next segment, no, which where we'll talk about the 601st Graves Quartermaster Graves Registration Company. So the 601st was a unit that was activated in November 28, 1942. Now this was almost 1 year after the United States entered the Second World War, after the attack on Pearl Harbor and the simultaneous attacks here in the Philippines. It was raised in Camp Blanding in Florida, and you'd imagine that by this time, if you have a Graves registration company that was just being raised already a year after the war had started, you just imagine just how short they were in terms of personnel. If you just imagine how many American units, divisions, and personnel were already deployed to the Pacific during that time. So in the end, the 601st would end up serving in various theaters and battlefields, or campaigns and battlefields. Uh, the list of which include New Guinea, Leyte, the campaign in Luzon, and the one in Mindanao, also in the southern Philippines. So these GR units would follow where the frontline units would go, because that's where the casualties would be. So the 601st, I chose to focus on the 601st because ultimately the 601st was the company that was assigned to retrace the route of the death march. So we mentioned earlier how that particular GR personnel was worried about being 3 days late to the whole invasion. The 601st had to deal with a 3-year delay or 3-year gap between the death march itself and the time that they would have a chance to actually recover, identify, and bury the personnel that would die on that march. So you'd imagine just how much time, it was a significant amount of time between the fact of the death march or the tragedy that was the death march and the time that the GR personnel would come into play to identify and claim these bodies. What compounded the problem even further was that there were no official army records that stated who were the participants of the death march, and there were no lists of casualties who died in the march itself. And so the 601st, with this amount of time and that little information available, had to employ the help of someone with first-hand experience, and that came in the person of Master Sergeant Abby Abraham. So Master Sergeant Abby Abraham was one of the few survivors of the defense of the Philippines, the death march, and incarceration in POW camps that was still around during the time of the liberation of the Philippines, that stayed in the Philippines when the GR personnel were already sent in to try and recover these bodies along the route of the death march. And so Sergeant Abraham was actually a long-time Army veteran already by the time that the war broke out, and in fact served 9 years in the 31st Infantry Regiment of the U.S. Army, which was stationed here in the Philippines. So he was a death march survivor, and he survived incarceration at the Cabanatuan POW camp. and was one of those rescued by the 6th Ranger Battalion. So if you watch the movie The Great Raid or the related books about this, there are actually two Great Raid Rangers that are buried at the Manila American Cemetery in Captain James C. Fisher and Corporal Roy Sweezy. So um, Abby Abraham helped because of his firsthand knowledge of the march and the conditions in the Cabanatuan POW camp. So at least to point out the route of the march and maybe where the mass graves were on during the march, or at Camp O'Donnell, or maybe even at Cabanatuan. So he stayed for 2.5 more years or 2.5 more years in the Philippines to help 601st. Now, it was Abby Abraham was just one person, no? And he was not the only one who was helping out the 601st. Now, here comes the Philippine connection. No? The 601st had a lot of help from the locals in retracing the steps of the Death March. And in fact, the first platoon of the 601st, commanded by Lieutenant Manuel Nieves, contacted civilians in Balanga. And public officials were helping, and even the churches helped in gathering people and telling them that, hey, there's an effort to recover all of these casualties of the Death March. And Abby Abraham would be introduced as a survivor of the march. And at first, some of the Filipinos were actually reluctant to assemble, no, at these gatherings during those initial stages, because some of the Filipinos were still traumatized by similar gatherings that were conducted during the Japanese occupation, where they were coerced into giving whatever it was that the Japanese asked for, with force of the rifle butts of the Japanese, or being machine gunned and coerced into doing whatever it was that the Japanese needed to do at these gatherings. But eventually, the Filipino locals came too, and eventually the 601st got help from certain individuals, such as Mario Bugay, for example, who witnessed one of the burials of the casualties of the Death March near his home. And one of those that helped corroborate this story was another civilian who was Filipino also, um, in the name of Alfredo Pardillo, who actually knew the name of the serviceman that was buried near the home of Mr. Bugay. And when the body was eventually disinterred, um, there was evidence of left side skull fracture and the remains that was recovered. And the dental records were matched to the teeth that were recovered also from these remains. And that's what made positive confirmation of the identity of the serviceman possible. So even during that time, the methods already of matching dental records, or even known previous injuries, helped in matching the story with the name. And unfortunately, not as it was not as sophisticated at the time, so not all of the cases were as successful as the Bugay case, where a body was buried in some unknown grave, but eventually identified positively. So as an aside, these are one of the few things that make my job at the ABMC quite interesting, because we have been able to help uh, process remains in a similar way. The agency that actually conducts such processing is actually a separate one from the ABMC. It's called the DPAA, which is the Defense POW MIA accounting agency. So they're the ones who really go out, recover remains from battlefields, or disinter remains of unknowns at cemeteries like that one in Manila. And we were given an opportunity to help out clean out the bones, open the caskets, see if there are any personal effects that may have been left there, and other things that would eventually be helpful in identifying somebody positively. So now we have the benefit of DNA. Of course, the dental records method is still there. The bones itself would tell you what kind of person was there buried, if it was Filipino, American, etc. And so, unfortunately, those methods were not available at that time in 1945, and not all of the efforts were successful as the Bugay case. So, in some cases, while Filipinos were really brave in terms of carrying the bodies of the casualties of the Death March away from the Japanese and away from the route of the Death March, at least give them a proper temporary burial, at least, they'd carry these bodies hundreds of yards away from the route of the death march. Uh, Unfortunately, some towns, maybe because the Japanese suspected that there were a lot of guerrillas there or what, whole communities were driven into the hills, and so some of these temporary graves would not be cared for and would be left, unattended, and therefore it would be ravaged either by weather, um, unfortunately by grave thieves, and sometimes by scavenger animals who would, uh, eat the remains or feed on the remains, morbid as that may sound. But the locals were really a big help to the 601st, and so you see here some of the hidden graves, probably buried or probably dug by Filipinos, so that some semblance of dignity could be given to the casualties of the death march, and that's a picture that you see there. So as the 601st was approaching the route of the death march towards San Fernando, naturally, a lot of the casualties were found there because that was already towards the end of the death march. And in Bacolor, which is just outside, I believe, of San Fernando, um, there were a lot of mass graves, and a few hundred yards off the road, there was a grave of 20 unknowns that they found there. And initially, those that were easily identifiable, relatively easily identifiable, were the only ones that were disinterred, while the rest had to stay where they lay until such time that it was determined that whether they could be eventually identified or there was little hope for that. And eventually, those would be transferred to various two temporary cemeteries or two mausoleums here in the Philippines before eventually ending up in what would be the Manila American Cemetery and where it is today. Speaking of the Manila American Cemetery, you'll see here a picture of the early days of the Manila American Cemetery and when it was transitioning from what was a set of temporary markers, wooden crosses, and you'd see also how they were eventually changed into the pure white marble crosses that currently stand or can be currently seen in the cemetery today. Um, and among those that are buried there at the Manila American Cemetery are some GR personnel of the 601st itself. The first one you'll see here is the grave of Tay E. Segura, who was a private in the 601st GR company. And you'll see actually his high school picture here before the war. And another burial or another soldier of the 601st that is also buried at the Manila American Cemetery. So Segura is in plot J, and in plot D, you'll see the grave of DOC Strash, who was also um, uh, a specialist that served with the 601st Graves Registration Company. So you'd see here, no, it's almost ironic that part of those in the ranks of those people who were tasked to help make the place, the Manila American Cemetery, is among them. It's buried some of these people who were supposed to help bring home all of these casualties. So they're buried among the dead that they were supposed to help bring home. So it's almost ironic. But it also tells you the story of how these GR personnel, while they were not frontline troops, were in mortal danger themselves from the enemy, whether because of battles that were still happening around them or because of enemy action in booby trapping the remains of dead soldiers, putting mines or booby traps that the GR personnel would suffer from or sometimes would die from in doing their duty. So the last one that I'll show you here is the panel on the walls of the missing of another graves registration person, graves registration serviceman that you could find in the Manila American Cemetery. It's actually a Filipino. Staff Sergeant is Lazaro Luna, who is from the second Graves Registration Company. So you'll find his name on the walls of the missing on the Army side. No? So I tried researching about Sergeant Luna. Unfortunately, there's not much information on him, but based on his listed date of death, it is most likely that he was a Camp O'Donnell casualty because he died on June 15, 1942. So I've been talking all this time, no, about the Graves registration personnel and what they did during the war. So to wrap things up, no, I'd like to maybe talk about some of the lessons that we could learn from all of this and why it's relevant or why it's important to talk about it as well. So, a place like the Manila American Cemetery tells a story of sacrifice and loss. And most of this is by those that fought in the front lines, understandably. But it's also compelling and it's also important that we talk about the supreme effort of the men and women that were tasked with taking care of the fallen and would eventually lay them to rest with dignity. To them, it didn't matter if the casualties were collected immediately or if it had to be done 3 years later. They were very dedicated to it either way, and that was the case in the case of the 601st Grade Registration Company that had to do this task 3 years after the fact or 3 years after the death march. It was certainly a grim task, a task that initially nobody wanted, but it had to be done. And those that did it, you have PTSD for those that suffered uh, the brutalities of war, but you'd imagine that those that served in the Graves Registration Service also suffered a great deal, having to look constantly at all of these mangled bodies, all of these remains, and probably some of their friends as well in doing their duty. And so um, some of them would actually give their lives in doing this duty as well. So their efforts were equally heroic as those that fought in the front lines. And so to close out, I'd just like to say that ultimately, the role of those graves registration personnel was a small part in the thousands of stories that have to be told and discovered at the Manila American Cemetery, the Libingan ng mga Bayani, and all of these other sites were meant to reflect and remember. Theirs is one of many roles that different people played, which contributed to the common goal and end result, which is the freedom and prosperity of those of us that remain and are lucky enough to enjoy the freedom that we enjoy today. And in our lifetime, I think we won't be able to repay them for all of their sacrifices. But for me, at the very least, our duty is to remember them always. So thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy this talk. And hopefully, after this pandemic ends, or at least when the conditions are more conducive to being able to open the doors of the Manila American Cemetery again, I will see some of you there. Please do visit. We have a visitor center there, aside from, of course, the grounds and the beautiful memorial that stands at the Manila American Cemetery. So I hope to see you there so we can learn more about the heroes that are buried and memorialized there, especially our Filipino heroes that are there. So again, thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lim.
For our final resource speaker, may we have Dr. Marcelino Macapinlac, History Professor of the De La Salle University. Marcelino Macapinlac Jr. is an Associate Professor at the Department of History, De La Salle University, Manila. He obtained his BA and MA in History from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and his PhD in History from the University of Santo Tomas. He has also taught in the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Saint Scholastica College, Manila, Miriam College, University of the Philippines Open University, and Ateneo de Manila University. Some of his works have been published in peer-reviewed journals. His research interests include local history, oral history, historical geography, World War II, and the Japanese occupation in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Marcelino Macapinlac Jr.
Good afternoon, everyone. The COVID-19 pandemic is a game changer in the conduct of historical research. It used to be the practice of many historians, students of history, and researchers to move from one library or archive to another in search of sources for their studies. For instance, a historian who chooses to do a study on the Japanese occupation of the Philippines, specifically on the guerrilla movement against the Japanese, had to visit various libraries and archives, such as the Philippine National Archives, the Archivo de Universidad de Santo Tomas, the American Historical Collection of the Ateneo de Manila University, and the main library of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, to collect data. This usual routine had to be temporarily halted due to the current health emergency situation. For more than a year now, the National Capital Region, where most libraries and archives in the Philippines are located, has been placed under community quarantine, thereby altering the mobility of most historians. Some adjustments had to be made by those who want to pursue their research projects. Among these is the manner of gathering historical information from both primary and secondary materials. Nowadays, one need not compromise his or her health through exposure to the coronavirus just to complete this task. Thousands of historical sources are readily available online. Let me now share with you my PowerPoint presentation. This presentation, titled Reconstructing the Guerrilla Movement in Southern Luzon, utilizing the Brigadier General Francisco Licuanan Jr. collection of PVAO, intends to motivate historians and students of history, particularly those who are engaged in reconstructing the history of the guerrilla movement, to carry on their inquiries even during emergency situations such as pandemics. My discussion is divided into three parts: the advantages and disadvantages of utilizing online resources are examined in the first part. The internet provides an immeasurable amount of historical sources. These are not only easily accessible, but easy to find as well by using a variety of search engines. This does not mean, however, that online resources are comprehensive. A large amount of historical sources remains to be digitized and made available in the World Wide Web. It is also difficult to figure out the accuracy and authenticity of the digitized version. The second part of the presentation is a survey of the progress made in the Philippines and other parts of the world on the scale of the digitization of historical sources. The National Library of the Philippines has a very rich digital collection, which includes newspapers and magazines published in various periods of our history, from the Spanish colonial period to the present, the historical data papers of various towns, cities, and provinces, and the Philippine insurgent records. In the United States of America, the Library of Congress opened the American Memory website, which now has over 9 million items. In the United Kingdom, the 1901 and 1911 censuses have been digitized by their national archives. Nearly 200,000 criminal trials from 1674 to 1913 have been digitized through the initiative of academics. The Philippine Veterans Affairs Office also maintains a website where one can access thousands of documents in the Guerrilla Recognition Files, also known as the Brigadier General Francisco Licuanan Jr. collection. A reconstruction of the history of the guerrilla movement in Southern Luzon using the said collection as sources of information contains the last part of the presentation. The major guerrilla outfits established in various parts of Southern Luzon and the local units affiliated with these outfits will be presented. This includes the names, dates, and places where these were founded, the founders, and the number of entries in the Licuanan collection and other sections of the Philippine Archives collection of PVAO, which can be utilized for further research. It also provides a discussion of the plans and strategies of these groups to crush the Japanese troops and how these were successfully carried out. In gearing up for this alternative way of conducting research during the time of pandemic, it is important to familiarize the researcher with the pros and cons of using online resource materials. This part of the presentation will lay down some of its advantages and disadvantages. Historical sources, both primary and secondary, are now readily available and easily accessible online. There is an unlimited amount of information stored in cyberspace. The internet has also made historical records more accessible to researchers. Historians would also find themselves saving physical energy, time, transportation costs, and other miscellaneous expenses that visits to different physical libraries and archives would entail. Furthermore, online materials are more securely stored in the cyberspace compared to paper-based resources that are kept in physical space. Despite the many historical research prospects that come with the use of online resources, it also comes with some disadvantages. For one, since the historical research data is obtained from the internet, the researcher must at least invest on a stable internet connection and an electronic device such as a laptop, a tablet, or other similar devices. Inability to secure these basic requirements could immobilize the researcher. It is also important to note that while historian John Tosh acknowledged the benefits of using the internet in historical research, he was also keen on its limitations. He admitted that available online materials are far from comprehensive. Also, suspicions on the veracity of the digitized version would consequently require verification of the original version. Meanwhile, Arlette Farge clearly expressed the high value that she placed on doing archival research. She argued that something is lost when the historian deprives himself of the chance to directly touch the originals, which to her is akin to letting go of the historian's closest chance to experience the past. There is also the difficulty of ascertaining the veracity of the document when many pieces of pertinent information about it seem to be missing. As for some non-history related concerns, prolonged exposure to computer screen and other similar electronic devices could take its toll on the eyes of the researcher. While one may find a remedy in printing the materials, this would entail him additional cost. The internet has paved the way for the progressive increase in access to digitized historical sources. In the Philippines and other parts of the world, there have been rapid expansion of digitized materials available online. A historian doing research on the Philippines will find the website of the National Library of the Philippines, or NLP, useful in accessing a wide array of digitized materials, which includes newspapers and magazines published in various periods of our history from the Spanish colonial period to the present. Among these are La Independencia and El Heraldo de la Revolucion. Local historians would find the digitized historical data papers of various towns, cities, and provinces helpful in their researches. The digitized edition of the 55-volume Philippine Islands, edited by Emma Blair and James Robertson, can also be accessed in the NLP website. The work covers various aspects of Philippine society during the Spanish colonial period. On the other hand, historians specializing on the Philippine-American War can also find here the digitized Philippine insurgent records. The Filipinas Heritage Library also maintains a website with a rich collection of digitized materials grouped under the section Online Library. The available online resources are from the library's rare collection, which are mostly from 1945 and earlier. The materials are categorized into various subjects, including art, maps, mythology, politics and government, and history, World War II, or Japanese occupation, which includes several issues of the wartime newspaper, The Tribune. Specialists in American history will find millions of items in the American Memory website opened by the Library of Congress. John Tosh pointed out that the items are arranged in over 100 thematic collections, which include the complete papers of George Washington and selected records of the United States federal government. The Avalon Project contains documents relevant to the fields of law, history, economics, politics, diplomacy, and government. It is produced and managed by the Yale Law School. On the other hand, the Making of America project is a huge digital library of primary sources on 19th century American history. It was developed by the University of Michigan. Digital sources on the history of the United Kingdom can be accessed through websites developed by various agencies. The 1901 and 1911 censuses have been digitized by their national archives. 19th century British newspapers in the collection of the British Library have been placed online. Nearly 200,000 criminal trials from 1674 to 1913 have been digitized in the Old Bailey online website, an initiative of academics. The Philippine Veterans Affairs Office also maintains a website where one can access thousands of documents in the Guerrilla Recognition Files, which is named the Brigadier General Francisco Licuanan Jr. Collection. The Guerrilla Recognition Files is part of the Philippine Archives Collection, which is a group of records at the U.S. National Archives that constitutes an invaluable source of information on the Pacific War, particularly concerning the treatment of prisoners of war or POWs, military operations in the Philippines, 1941 to 1942, guerrilla warfare in the Philippines, and conditions in the Philippines under Japanese occupation. Historians specializing on the Japanese occupation of the Philippines will find thousands of files about various guerrilla groups. A link to the website of the Philippine Archives Collection can be found in the PVAO website. It has a built-in search engine where one can easily find a list of files by typing the names of guerrilla groups, towns, cities, and provinces. The Philippine Archives collection in the PVAO website is divided into 4 sections. the Guerrilla Recognition Files, or the Brigadier General Francisco Licuanan Jr. Collection, which has 1,399 entries. Records from other sections of the Philippine Archives Collection, which has 836 entries. The Microfilms section, which is a compilation of microfilms of Filipino prisoners of war, claim files and copies of records recovered in the Philippine Islands. And the fourth section, Project Phase 2, which according to the website is coming soon. Let us now move on to the last part of my presentation, which is on the guerrilla movement in Southern Luzon. Okay. As a reaction against the Japanese occupation forces in Southern Luzon, several guerrilla outfits conducted their operations in the area. With the help of an online material titled Reports of General MacArthur, The Campaigns of MacArthur in the Pacific, Volume 1, prepared by his general staff, we can find the names of some of the major guerrilla outfits which operated in various parts of the country, particularly in Luzon. We can go directly to the pertinent pages by clicking the link in its table of contents. We can also use the maps in the book in identifying these outfits. For example, this map on the major guerrilla forces in the Philippines, 1942 to 1945. This one also, the military districts from 1943 to 1945. And the guerrilla forces on Luzon, October to November of 1944. From this book, I listed down the names of some of these guerrilla outfits which operated in Southern Luzon. I used the names of these outfits or the indicated leaders as entries in the search engines of the Brigadier General Francisco Licuanan Jr. collection and records from other sections of the Philippine Archives collection. By doing this, I was able to come up with the numbers of entries of these outfits in the said sections of the Philippine Archives collection. Okay, so from the book, Reports of General MacArthur, okay, here are some of the major guerrilla outfits which operated in Southern Luzon. The ECLGA, or the East Central Luzon Guerrilla Area, okay, led by Ramsey. Okay. So there are 93 entries in the Licuanan collection and 1 entry in the other sections. Then for the PQOG, there are 47 entries in the Licuanan collection, but no entry in the other sections. For the Markings guerrillas, led by Marcos Agustin, there are 104 entries in the Licuanan collection, and 3 entries in the other sections. Then there is the Vinson's Traveling Guerrillas, which has 4 entries in the Licuanan collection, no entry in the other section. So, and so on and so forth. Okay, so you have guerrilla outfits like the Miranda Guerrillas, Balintawak Guerrillas, Lapus Guerrillas, and so on and so forth. Okay, so to further locate the guerrilla outfits which operated in Southern Luzon, I listed down the provinces comprising the entire region and came up with these numbers of entries in the Licuanan collection and in the other sections of the Philippine Archives collection. Okay, so in Cavite, for Cavite, there are 26 entries in the Licuanan collection, 1 entry in the other sections. For Laguna, there are 8 entries in the Licuanan collection, no entry in the other sections. In Batangas, you have 8 in the Licuanan collection, 3 in the other sections. For Rizal, 3 in the Licuanan collection, 2 in the other sections. For Tayabas, 5 entries in the Licuanan collection, 3 entries in the other sections. Okay, so this is for the Calabarzon area, or currently Region 4A. For the Mimaropa area, Mindoro, Marinduque, Romblon, Palawan, there are also a number of entries. For the Bicol region, there are also quite a number of entries. Okay. Now, by merely using the names of the guerrilla outfits which operated in southern Luzon and the provinces in the area as keywords in the search engines of the Licuanan collection and the records from other sections, I was able to locate several boxes and folders in the Philippine Archives collection, which contained hundreds of files about the guerrilla movement in southern Luzon. These files contain so much information that can be easily collected and thoroughly analyzed. For example, I was able to identify the names, dates, and places where these were founded, and the founders of several guerrilla outfits in most provinces in southern Luzon. Okay, so here we can find the some. These are just a few examples. There are several other entries, which I no longer listed down here. It might take us more than an hour here. So in Cavite, so we have here some examples of the guerrilla outfits organized in Cavite. For example, the Cavite Intelligence and Sabotage Unit, which was affiliated with the Markings Phil-American Troops. So this was founded in October of 1942 in General Trias, Cavite. Listed as founders were Jose R. Titong and Julian Alcos. Okay, so and so on and so forth. So I just chose a few examples for each province. So in Cavite, in Laguna, Batangas, Rizal, and Tayabas for the Calabarzon area. Mindoro, Marinduque, Romblon, Palawan for the Mimaropa, or currently Region 4B. And then in the Bicol region, from Camarines Norte, you have the Vinson's Ablan Guerrillas and its affiliates. The 1st Vinson's Regiment, Vinson's Traveling Guerrillas, Vinson's Intelligence Combat Team. In Camarines Sur, these are some examples. In Albay, we have these guerrilla units established there. In Sorsogon, Masbate, and there are a number of entries also when you search using the keyword Bicol. Now, the files also contain much needed data in identifying and analyzing the strategies and operations used by these guerrillas. To defeat the enemy, the guerrillas made use of a number of tactics. They set up their camps in far-flung areas away from the enemy forces. a number of them conducted ambushes and raids, such as the raid on the sawmill in Pami, Laguna, where several Japanese were killed and several guns were taken by the guerrillas. Some of them worked as spies, such as Paterno Obsuna, a member of the Phil-American Irregular Troops. He worked as an office assistant of a Japanese officer, which enabled him to have access to sensitive information which proved useful for the guerrillas. To boost the morale of the guerrilla troops, propaganda activities were launched. Tactical alliances among the different guerrilla groups ensured the successful execution of guerrilla missions, such as the rescue of the Allied internees in the internment camp in Los Baños and liberation of the province of Laguna from the remaining Japanese forces. In going into battle against the Japanese, various types of operations were carried out by the guerrillas. Several of them operated as combatants, while others served as intelligence agents who informed the combatants of the enemy's activities by doing a surveillance of Japanese troop movements. Some belonged to Home Guard units, which informed intelligence agents of unusual incidents and saw to it that the combatants in their respective areas were safe and secured, while others belonged to the supply unit. The rest were part of the first aid units. So to sum up, perhaps the COVID-19 pandemic is a wake-up call for historians to look for alternative means of gathering historical sources. Utilizing online resources, such as the Philippine Archives collection of PVAO, which are readily available and easily accessible, is one way of responding to the challenge. This presentation has been an attempt to move in that direction. This does not mean, however, that historians should altogether forget about going to the libraries and archives. The two practices complement each other. Time will come when the health crisis will be over, and making visits to libraries and archives will once again be safe. That makes the future of historical research more exciting and inclusive, as more historians will have a wider assortment of sources for their research. So thank you for listening. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noy.
Thank you very much to all our resource speakers for giving us a very insightful and historical presentation this afternoon. Now, for the next part of our program, we now open the floor from the questions from the audience and the public. For our FB viewers, please place your questions on the comment section. And for our Zoom participants, please place your questions on our chat box. Please indicate as well as to whom you would like your questions to be addressed.
And I believe we have our first question. We request our resource speakers to please, you may now turn on your cameras. Okay, I believe we have our first question for Mr. Vicente Paolo Lim IV. Sir?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we have a question from Mr. Julius Vladimir Francisco. He asks, Sir, do you know if your granddad practiced the siete form of arnis in Calamba? And exactly what was his relationship with the Dazas of Samar and Leyte, who moved to Laguna later in Eugenio's life, since Cirilo, Eugenio's son, served under your grandfather? Sir?
Okay. First, from the top of my head, I cannot think of any direct connections that we have with that family, but certainly if we're supposed to find an interesting anecdote about relations or about the ones who served under General Lim. There are a lot of the classmates of General Lim's sons himself. Of course, by this time that the war broke out, they're all in the United States already because they were attending the service academies there. One was at Annapolis, one was at West Point, but those were left here. Their classmates at LaSalle, because they were sent to LaSalle in the early years, served under General Lim as aides or runners. So, including, for example, one was Gato Santos and some other LaSalle boys, so to speak, who served under General Lim. Now, about the Arnis question, that's a unique one. Unfortunately, there are no direct anecdotes or references to him having practiced that sort of martial art. But if you look at, for example, his yearbook, he was definitely one that was good at broadsword fighting. Of course, aside from being a sharpshooter in terms of his rifle skills, I think the closest thing to martial art is probably broadsword fighting. So it's specifically mentioned in the 1914 yearbook of General Lim.
Thanks very much, Sir Lim. Now, here's our next question. Now, this is for Dr. Ricardo Jose. Sir, what specific time the Kagitingan River massacre was taken? Did the Japanese PO who carried out has been court-martialed before U.S. military tribunal in 1945? Now, this question is from Jose Carlo Ibabaw.
Yes, the Kagitingan River massacre took place around April 11, 12, and probably until 13. So this was just after the fall of Bataan. Bataan surrendered on April 9. By April 10, the march is starting. So the Kagitingan River actually marks the midpoint. It marks it's the defining point that divides the first corps on the west and the second corps on the right. Actually, it took place shortly after the surrender, so most of the troops there were from the west side. And one American historian said it was the 91st Division massacre, but I found out that others were there. Now, was anyone punished for that? It was found out after the war that the Japanese unit that did the executions there was the 65th Brigade, which had come in January and fought a great deal in Bataan. The commander of the 65th Brigade was General Akira Nara, and he was actually seen by one of the survivors, and some of the Japanese records do mention that he was there. He was never punished. The responsibility for the death march was actually just lumped together with General Homa. And when Homa was executed in early 46, I think that's where it ended. Unfortunately, they did not look into General Nara. He survived. He was still alive in the 1960s. So there was no justice meted out to him. People did identify that he was the one responsible for giving the command, but he was never really punished for it. The tribunals did not try him.
Okay, we have another question for Dr. Jose. Doctor, why is there a need to have a Filipino point of view about the Death March?
If you look at the published literature on the Death March, a lot of the books are written by American survivors of the Death March. So if you, there's a whole library of books written by American servicemen who wrote about the Death March. In so doing, we forget that the majority of the people in Bataan, both soldiers and civilian, were Filipinos, and their voices not adequately heard. So I've tried to present a fraction of their voices here. Imagine you have about 60,000 of them, more than 60,000, and only 1/6 of that were Americans. So the Americans have received a lot more publicity in terms of publications and even in terms of documentary films. But a lot of the Filipinos have just been put together as a generic thing. I only found out, for example, fairly late, that the civilian march was different from the military march, and that the segregation of the Americans and the Filipinos was really quite distinct. And that will not come out very clearly unless you really talk to people who marched the death march, because they have not written about it. So the Filipino side is something that has to be brought out.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Jose. Next question. This is for Sir Lim. Sir Lim, how important is the duty of the 601st in recovering the dignity of those who died during the war?
Well, as I mentioned during the talk, no, a lot of the graves were left unattended after the Japanese, of course, took over. I imagine that for the Filipino civilians, it was something that took a lot of guts to even acknowledge or even actively take care of these graves, and some of them that have been driven off into the hills. It was an understandable thing to abandon, so to speak, some of these graves. So finding those bodies along the route of the march, or at least having recovered them at some point, was very important, because, as I said, it provides a lot of closure for a family to have someone's remains recovered, even if you go through the whole trauma of having your loved one killed in action, and then it makes it worse when you don't recover or identify the body positively. I mean, I can speak from my own family's experience. For example, until now, we still don't know where General Lim's body is. It was never recovered, and which is why his name is up on the walls of the missing. And it was fairly late. And again, these are already stories and secondhand info already that maybe he was beheaded at North Cemetery and put into a mass grave. And when my grandparents found this out, the second generation or the children of General Lim found this out, it was still very painful for them. At least that much I remember, because I was a young boy when that story was told to them. And all this time not knowing what happened to him was really painful, and even more so finding out that he was dumped in a mass grave so unceremoniously. So the work of the 601st and other graves registration units was indeed very important, and that's why I chose the topic, actually, because it has to be talked about.
Thank you very much, Sir Lim. We now have a question to Dr. Macapinlac. Doctor, why is there a notable number in terms of guerrilla units in Southern Luzon as opposed to Northern Luzon, which was unified under one guerrilla unit, sir?
Good afternoon. I cannot answer for Northern Luzon, okay? But in the case of Southern Luzon, there were major guerrilla outfits which were established in various points of the region. And some were even established or founded near Manila, like the Hunters and the Markings, Phil-American troops, which were founded in present-day Rizal province. Okay. Now, in the case of Southern Luzon, there were efforts to unify the guerrilla units, but this did not really went smoothly. They did not go smoothly. The efforts to unify them. Okay, that's why they remained separate. From other each unit operated separately from the others, but somehow, for example, in the case of Laguna, during the liberation of the internment camp in Los Baños, somehow various guerrilla units, the Markings, the Faith, the PQOG, so somehow they work together, okay, along with some American troops, the 11th Airborne, for example. So in doing an operation such as the liberation of the Allied internees. So somehow, no, at some point, these guerrillas were able to unite, but in most cases, they worked separately from each other.
Thank you, sir. Next question. This is from Leandro Beltran. I would like to thank Dr. Jose for his presentation. I would like to ask Dr. Jose if there is some sort of fighting along the way when soldiers of Bataan fell, or when times Japanese army and the death march will pass to these lines where Americans and Filipino soldiers are still fighting other units or brigades of the Japanese forces, like in Pampanga or Tarlac, for example.
Well, in the death march, there was not fighting in the sense that you had actual combat, because all of those who marched the death march really laid down their arms, and they had to surrender them to the Japanese, and it was all left in the dumps in Bataan for months afterwards. Now, where the fighting did take place was you have early guerrilla units already being formed in the mountains of Zambales, and so some of those who escaped the death march would first escape into the mountains. They were cared for by civilians, and once they were fed and once they were well, then they joined those guerrilla resistance movements. In Pampanga, we know, of course, that the Hukbalahap was organized in March of 1942. That's even before Bataan fell. And in other places of Luzon, which had already been conquered by the Japanese, in the case of the Ilocos, for example, Ilocos Norte, the Ablan guerrillas were already operating. You had the nucleus of the USAFIP NL, or the U.S. Army Forces in the Philippines, North Luzon. The nucleus of those forces had already been formed because of those units that were not able to get to Bataan. So units of the 11th Division, other units that were stranded, that were blocked, were stopped by the Japanese advance. Those became the nucleus of the guerrilla resistance movement there. Even before Bataan fell, actually, MacArthur had tried to send a number of officers out of Bataan to begin a resistance movement that would be under his direct command. Some of those officers did survive, but most of them were eventually captured and executed by the Japanese. So along the death march itself, there was no fighting in that sense, but it was outside the death march. So we look in places like Pampanga, look at places like Bulacan, you have these nascent guerrilla resistance movements already starting. Of course, even in Metro Manila, in San Juan, the Hunters ROTC group was already being formed to try to serve as a distraction for the Japanese forces in Bataan. So all of these were happening at about the same time that the death march was happening. Some of them were inspired by the stand in Bataan, or they were aghast at the atrocities committed, and so they decided to fight even more strongly.
Okay, we have another question for you, Dr. Jose. What is the role of women in the midst of the Battle of Bataan?
Okay, in the midst of the Battle of Bataan, the women did not play a fighting role. Traditionally, in the army, in the USAFE, the women were not given fighting roles. Even the what we consider now the women's what's now the Women's Auxiliary Corps, or the WACS, that was not in existence in 1941-42. There was a beginning of an organization, women's organization, but this was under the guerrillas, the Women's Auxiliary Service, which was not formally recognized until after the war. So the main role of women in the Bataan campaign, I think, were two, or rather, I'd classify them three main roles. One was the nurses. There were Filipino women nurses in the two general hospitals in Bataan. They have never fully been credited with their work, but there were several Filipino nurses, and some of them were actually even evacuated to Corregidor, where they continued their work in the Malinta Tunnel Hospital. The second major role that they played, I think, was in trying to provide food and assistance to the frontline troops by repairing the uniforms or providing food or whatever in the rear lines. And another role that they were beginning to play during the campaign, it was very dangerous, was Some of them were acting as espionage agents, as spies, even in Manila. So there was an active G2 operation. This was the intelligence operation. They were sending spies from Bataan to Manila. A number of them were captured and killed by the Japanese. And when they reached Manila, they established their own spy network, even before Bataan fell. Some of the spies that they hired in Manila were women spies because they could get into the good graces of the Japanese more easily than the men folk could. So I would say that these are the three roles. Fighting roles, that would be in the guerrillas. Once the guerrilla operation started, you have women in the front line, you have women guerrilla commanders and so forth. But in Bataan, it was still kind of the conservative type of war where men were in the front lines and the women were in the supporting roles.
Thank you, sir. Our next question is for Dr. Noy. Dr. Noy, how important is the PVAO collection in creating new research or researches written through the Filipino perspective?
Yeah. These guerrilla recognition files, yeah, as the name suggests, these were meant to the U.S. Army, for to recognize that these guerrilla units really existed, that the that the members of these guerrilla units were entitled for compensation after the war, okay? Entitled to to reparation, to compensation, okay? So I would suggest that we take a look at the files with caution, definitely, okay? Because in most cases, the guerrilla units were actually the requests for recognition were disapproved by by the authorities, okay? And we just have to take to carefully scrutinize, to verify the information that we can find them, okay? And then evaluate this from our own perspective, okay? Taking into account that this, at least most of these guerrillas fought for the country, and some of them fought for the Philippines. They were anti-Japanese, but at the same time they were pro-American. Okay, so sometimes you can read in their accounts their oath of loyalty to the United States, the assurance that they really they fought not only for the Commonwealth government of the Philippines, but also for the United States. So somehow we have to take that into account. But let us also remember that they also fought for the independence of the Philippines, which Filipinos were anticipating by that time, 1941, 1942. The promise of independence by the Americans was forthcoming. 3 years na lang, 4 years na lang, darating na yung independence. So we can see here how the guerrillas thought of fighting for the country, okay? Since independence was already forthcoming, and the sentiment, definitely against the enemy forces is highly expressed, okay, in those files.
Okay. Sir, just a follow-up. I think this one is from a student who's doing his research. Can you provide some good topics for research that can be found in the PVAO collection?
Yeah, aside from, what can I suggest? I did my dissertation on Laguna actually, no, the guerrilla movement in Laguna, and there are some very interesting topics like probably one of the topics that I discussed. Sorry for that. um, One of the topics that probably which can be developed is the relations among the guerrilla units, no, how they uh, the relations among the guerrilla units, their relationship with the American forces, no, their relationship with the civilians, probably. Okay, and actually that reminds me, no, Sir Vinci Lim earlier mentioned that probably I can also bring it up, no, during my discussion, no, his great grandfather's role. Okay. May I ask the host to please allow me to share some few slides. May I?
Sure, sir. Just for a second, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Will stop other screen sharing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, may I go ahead?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay. So let me share with you. Okay, a letter from, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is a letter from Brigadier General, I'm sorry, Major General Vicente Lim, okay, to Colonel Marcos Agustin. Okay. This is a screenshot of the document. Okay, this is the letter. And here are some excerpts of the letter. I was supposed to present this during my presentation, but I no longer included it because of time constraints. No? But anyway, so according to Major General Lim, okay, I regret to know that up to now, the bloody war you declared against your brother guerrilla, the ROTC or hunters, still continue. I deplore the fact that my letter to you of March 15, 1944 had not been heeded despite all the reasons I pointed out regarding the idiocy of your act, its pernicious and shameful effects, and the harm that you do to one another, and above all, the cause that all of us are fighting for. I am therefore writing you this letter to enjoin you once more to stop waging war against the ROTC. You are now going too far, for you are not only contented in fighting the ROTC, but have already extended your depredations against other guerrilla units. One of them is ours. I was informed that you have captured and disarmed ignominiously and treacherously Colonel David and his armed men and Lieutenant Colonel Redor and his armed men. I told you in my aforestated letter that we, the faith, regards all other guerrilla units all as our brother in arms, because all of us have one common purpose, one common aim, one mission. For this reason, I ordered my men never to fight any guerrilla, and instead they should help and cooperate with any group. Okay. So this is from folders 3 to 4 of box number 348, and so on and so forth. Okay. So this one, okay, might capture the interest of some, no? Probably to look more deeply into the files of of PVAO, the guerrilla recognition files. No? And look into there is a special folder for the General Lim guerrillas. May I share once again this one? Okay, so this one, this is a file, no, on the information on Brigadier General Lim, okay, from the folder Lim Vicente, photocopies of information found in the records from other sections of the Philippine Archives collection. And this one also, a file, no? It's entitled The History of Our Activities, no? The General Lim's Guerrilla Organization. Okay. Written by Petronila B. Cabrera. Okay, so those are just some of the files, no, from the PVAO collection about General Lim. So one interesting topic would be to look at how the guerrilla units related to each other, related to the Americans, related to how they related with the civilians and so on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Macapinlac, for those very interesting topics. Now, we have a question not particularly addressed to anyone, so anyone may please answer. Do the Americans also commemorate the Day of Valor as the Philippines?
I don't think they commemorate it specifically, not April 9, but for example, New Mexico does commemorate the Death March. They have an annual Death March run kind of thing. And New Mexico is important because New Mexico, one whole regiment, the 200th Coast Artillery Regiment, an anti-aircraft regiment, was sent to the Philippines just before the war started. This was from the New Mexico National Guard. So New Mexico felt the loss in Bataan very keenly. So every year they have this reenactment of the Death March. They also have a very moving memorial to the Death March there in New Mexico. Another place that also commemorates the surrender of Bataan is our towns in Illinois. There are 2 towns in Illinois which sent quite a number of their young men to Bataan, to the Philippines. There was the 192nd Tank Regiment, and most of these men died. No, I think only one third or less than one third came back. I think even in one case, even 1/10 or 1/10 of the unit came back. So these places felt the loss in Bataan very, very keenly. You know, the young men were sent here and they never came back. So these particular places have special memorials to those who died, and they have memorial ceremonies every year. So it's not on a national basis, but it's on a place-to-place basis where the fall of Bataan was particularly hard hit.
Thank you, sir, for answering that question. Now, another question here. This is from Christine Agdepa. Thanks to our resource speakers. In your assessment of the known and available sources being used in our historical narratives or accounts of the World War II, who or what, or which do we consider the good, bad, and ugly? So this question is not addressed to anyone in particular. So let's hear it from Sir Vicente Lim. Sir.
Okay, this is very interesting, especially with my position and who I work for. No, but okay, trying not to be too controversial about it, but local sources, siguro the best one would be to read Dr. Jose's books na lang. It's probably the best collection of resources that you'll find about that period in time. No, but if you look at a lot of the American sources, let's put it that way, especially the early official histories, a Filipino reader would probably be a bit disappointed about what is written there, especially about how Filipinos in general conducted themselves as soldiers during that time. But you know, especially for someone like me, for example, whose great grandfather is, you know, let's say regarded as a hero, or to not see his name there being mentioned in any capacity in most cases, and in some cases being seeing that Filipinos are said to have run to the rear at the first sight of the enemy and things like that. It's very hurtful. In many cases, being objective about it, in many cases, maybe it was true. It was true maybe because a lot of the Filipino soldiers never had training, never even got to fire their rifle in any sort of capacity before the war, and they were just thrown in there to the mix, thrown into the fire, so to speak. But in the end, when I talk to someone, regardless of Filipino or American, in the end, it all came together because you could just imagine that the defending the whole line on the Bataan Peninsula, that's such a wide area, and with the number of soldiers there, and you compare the ratio of, for example, the Filipinos to Americans, but just by logic, you'd be able to figure out that, you know, if all of that were true, or if all of that were, if all the Filipinos were supposedly not good soldiers, then why would they have held that long during the whole defense of Bataan? Why is it that the whole story, for example, of the British in the retreat in Burma as well, you know, it may have been long also, but there was no period where the Japanese had to, you know, really reevaluate their plans of attack. It was not like Singapore, which fell in a matter of weeks. It was not Hong Kong that fell in a matter of days. So, you know, even if it doesn't get stated enough in the histories, especially written those by the Americans, um, you just have to think about it a little bit more and just realize how much the Filipinos had really proven themselves during that gallant stand. Now, I work for the Americans. Okay, let's just put it that way. No, but maybe over time, uh, the general ignorance about the contributions of Filipinos, or how much they contributed to the defense, has become more well known already. And for me, if there were statements that are hurtful, or there were some things that were not said that should have been said about the contributions of Filipinos, then I think all of the hurtful stuff is water under the bridge, and it's our job now as, you know, the newer generations to, you know, shed light properly on what should be considered as the facts. And as you already saw in the other presentations, including mine, no? Filipinos, Americans, civilians, it showed a certain degree of humanity that you know, is unparalleled in many other stories about the Second World War, and it's something that we should be proud of. And in fact, if you go back, sorry if I have been rambling so long, but it's something that I'm passionate about. But there was once a letter actually from a Filipino columnist in one of the old papers, and he wrote a column about the Battle of Bataan being a farce, and how we should not be commemorating a defeat or something like this, something as tragic as this. But my great grandmother, she was a very good writer as well, came back and said that, you know, it's not that you're commemorating defeat, or you're not commemorating a loss, or it's not a farce as this writer said. In fact, the battles of Bataan Corridor, the defense of the Philippines, and how it all ended up is merely, or is basically showing that it showed the true Filipino spirit, basically one of intrepidity, one of resilience, and, you know, the way that we came together as a people, whether they were in the front lines or those in their homes burning the fires and trying to, you know, support and think about the relatives who were fighting on the front line. So, you know, to me, all of this is something that we as a newer generation has to look into and to find the truth about, and which is why we have webinars like these, and we hope that a lot more people learn the correct facts moving forward.
Thank you very much for that, sir. Very well said. Maybe we can also hear from Sir Noy. Sir Noy, what about in your experience, in your assessment of the known and available sources being used in our historical narratives or accounts of the World War II? Who or what do we consider the good, bad, or ugly?
I don't know about the ugly or the bad, but let's just focus on the good. Okay, definitely, the various books written by none other than Dr. Jose, no? Dr. Rico Jose. Dr. Deviana, also from UST, has written quite a number of materials on the Second World War and the Japanese occupation of the Philippines. Okay. So we have a rich literature on this. Okay. And then we have the books published, no, by what's the foundation? Sir, Rico, what's the name of
World War II Historical
World War
Foundation.
II Memorial
Memorial,
Foundation?
yes.
Okay. Yeah. So there are, no, a good number of good literature, which we can use as our reference. About the bad, okay, I would rather not dwell into that.
If I might add a little more to that also, yeah, it's hard to distinguish what's good and what's bad, and even more difficult to say what's ugly. But I think the one thing that has not yet fully emerged is the Japanese side. And you can see some of this in the war crimes trials, which are now available. You can read the transcripts, but even those are quite subjective because the Japanese were on trial, so they had to try to show their best side. What they did not really hold back were some of the personal accounts that some of them wrote after the war, particularly in the 60s and the 70s. The Japanese have actually written more books than we have available on books written by Filipinos on the war. It was very surprising for me to go to Japan the first time and see all those books. These are veterans. Now, most of the veterans in Japan wrote about the end of the war, 1944, 1945, late. So they were very tragic to the Japanese. So they said it should never be repeated. So the number of books on Bataan by Bataan veterans is really quite scarce. But there are a few that have come out and they're very frank. One, the experience of one has been translated into English, but he skipped the writer did not publish his Bataan experiences. He just focused on the guerrilla, anti-guerrilla operations in Iloilo. But it turns out he wrote a book-length account of his experiences in Bataan as well. And that has not been published yet, although it has been translated. And there are others as well that we have not yet had access to.
Thank you very much for that, speakers. And let us acknowledge first the presence of our PVAO Administrator, Yusek Ernesto G. Carolina. Yusek, would you like to add anything?
Thank you. I just would like to add to what Dr. Jose said. There are other books published. I can cite some, for example, Victory in Northern Luzon, Untold Stories of Victory in Iyangan, etc.
Yeah.
Written by Dr. Cesar Pobre. Also a notable historian who continues to write stories about the Second World War. In line with what was asked to Dr. Jose earlier, why is there a need to write the story from the perspective of the Filipino, not only of the death march, but generally,
yeah.
Because there are so many stories about the war that unfortunately were written not from the Filipino perspective. For example, the end of the Second World War, which ended in Kiangan, you know. What was noted there was the signing of the final surrender instrument by General Yamashita in Baguio. Of course, the story were written by the Americans, but they did not mention the fact that before Yamashita, was brought to Baguio, he was captured by Filipino guerrillas in Kiangan the day before. So maybe the details of that story you can ask Dr. Jose. He knows that story very well. In the turf of Dr. Macapinlac in South Philippines.
I believe USEC is experiencing.
When the Americans came, the prisoners were already liberated because they came late. But if you read the story, of course, the whole of the Filipinos there are, it was just, and there's so many other stories that are not written in the correct, Philippine perspective. I'd like to add also about this is about the hunters and the South Philippines and the markings. You know, as he was saying, they were at some point during the war, they were even fighting, each other. Maybe they could have accomplished more if they were operating as one team. And you will be amazed that they carry the enmity against each other even after the war. You must have heard that when a bank was opened for the World War II veterans, the struggle for the leadership in that bank was between these two groups, the hunters and the markings. But in Northern Luzon, there were more guerrilla outfits and more guerrilla leaders there. Dr. Jose mentioned the Ablan group, and just like I said, they were fighting one another. They were very territorial, and sometimes they would have local encounters, in the borders. But when Major Bachman, promoted to Colonel later on, organized the use of FIPNL, the United States Army in the Far East, Northern Luzon, the Filipino guerrilla leaders, agreed that, okay, let's unify. Their leader was Major Bachman. So this is a story of, the guerrilla leaders agreeing, that they would cooperate, provided that no one among them, among the Filipino leaders, would be the overall leader. So Colonel Bachman, got, if you read the story of the victory in Northern Luzon, you will always see the name of Colonel Bachman there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insight, Undersecretary Carolina. Now we have a question for either Dr. Jose or Dr. Macapinlac. How did Filipino veterans claim their compensations for their service during the war if their belongings were looted, burned, or taken away by the Japanese? I think the eyewitnesses' accounts were not sufficient for one to prove their service and participation in the war. Sirs?
Okay, in the case of the guerrillas, it was very complicated. That's why if you look at the recognition program for the guerrillas, there was a clear-cut, I think, a 5-point requirement system that they had to be organized, they had to have documentation, they had to be full-time guerrillas. In the case of the Bataan fighters, Bataan Corregidor, this was a little easier in a sense. Although they had lost most of their papers, when Bataan fell and when Corregidor fell, they destroyed most of their papers. Actually, they burned them. But what had to be done after the war was to reconstitute these records. And in the case of, let's say, regular Philippine Army personnel and even some of the reserve Philippine Army personnel, they had serial numbers. So insofar as the regular officers were concerned, it was easy to reconstruct who was who, what ranks they were, what units they were. And it was easy to cross-check this at that time, because there was a formal organization. Now, the reservists, it was a little more difficult, but they had been called to service. They also had serial numbers, longer serial numbers. The difficulty with recognizing those who were in the defense campaign were the civilians who were not given serial numbers or who lost all of their papers entirely. So these were the main problems there. and I think there was another question there if there were Jews involved. Yes, there were Jews involved. There were even Czechs involved. There were some Poles. There even was, I think there were the Chinese defense attaché was there. The British defense consul was there also. You have different nationalities actually in Bataan and Corregidor, and those have not fully been talked about yet. There were Czechs, there were Poles, there were a few Chinese, and okay, so reconstituting the records, if you were in the Philippine Army, that there was a process, there was a procedure to do that. Anyone who was recovered from prisoner camp or who came back to report was asked to fill up a form in which he summarized his military service from December 8, 1941. That was fairly easy to cross-check with the extant records of the different units that survived. It's those who came in later, those who had no official appointments, that was where the difficulty was. Like even the nurses, we have the names of some nurses, but some nurses are not cited at all.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Dr. Jose. Here's another one for you, sir. Sir, are there also some Black Americans who served as medical officers in Bataan and Corregidor? This is from Jose Carlos Ibabaw.
I suspect there were. I cannot confirm that because if you look at the names themselves, it's so hard to tell who is who, but I suspect there would have been some Black Americans. There was no Black American unit in Bataan, no, because what they did was they mixed. If you look at, for example, the 31st Infantry U.S. Army, this was a mixed unit of, some of them were regular U.S. Army soldiers. Some of them were Americans who resided in Manila before the war and that they volunteered. So I would suspect there might have been some Black soldiers there. In the hospitals, I'm not sure. I think that's another, the questions raised, what other topics are there to work on. This is one that can be looked into. Now, if we cover the Black Americans a little further, bring that back to the liberation period, there was actually one whole Black infantry division that came here in 1945. I think this was the 93rd Infantry Division. And they came pretty late in the war, so they were assigned to Mindanao. They did quite a lot of fighting there, but they reported discrimination with the white American troops. I think they were welcomed by Filipinos, but there was discrimination between the white Americans and the Black. So this was one all-Black division. And there were Black anti-aircraft units, there were Black amphibious units. So insofar as under-researched material, what was the role of these Black units in the Philippines? It's really a large unknown so far.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jose. We have another question for you. Was the Death March of Bataan somehow a victory parade for the Japanese to show Filipinos and make them witness the humiliation of American and Filipino soldiers and to somehow symbolize the Japanese as their new masters?
I think so. Not so much in Bataan itself because the civilians had they had escaped. No, they had gone to Hagonoy, they'd gone into hiding. So if we look at the kind of the propaganda march part of it, that would be more in the Pampanga side from the border of Bataan, Pampanga until San Fernando. That I think that's why the Japanese did not want the Filipino civilians to help them. They were kicking them away and so forth because they were trying to show that they had won over these. What was more of the propaganda gloat march was the treatment of the American prisoners of war captured in Corregidor. So there was no death march, strictly speaking, in the case of the Corregidor survivors. The Filipinos were segregated from the Americans again, and the Filipinos were put on ships that brought them to Pier 7, which is now Pier 15, or no, it's now Pier 13, and they were marched to Bilibid Prison. Very short march from South Harbor to Bilibid. The Americans, however, were segregated, put on another ship, and they were forced to unload in Parañaque, not even on the road. They were forced to march on the beach, very rocky terrain. And then once they reached the road, they would march down what's now Rojas Boulevard in plain sight of all the Filipino residents of Manila. They meant this as a propaganda march, that they would show, we won, say the Americans have now lost, you have to pay respect to us, we're the new boss, and the Americans have been defeated. But it worked negatively. Instead of being a propaganda march to support the Japanese, it had the negative effect because the Filipinos pitied the Americans. And like in the case of Pampanga, many Filipinos came out and gave them water, gave them food, or they were crying at how sad the plight of the Americans was. So it did not work in the way the Japanese planned to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, this next question is for Sir Lim. Sir Lim, can you discuss the relation of the ABMC to the Philippine historical narrative of the Second World War?
Well, aside from the fact that that we have more than 700 Philippine scouts mostly that are buried there, you also have Dr. Jose mentioned nurses. We have nurses actually buried there from the Battle of Manila. Those that were victimized by the carnage in that battle. Again, the 3,700 Filipinos on the walls of the missing. So, as I said, it's one of the few ABMC sites that there's actually a large number of foreign nationals that are mixed in among the burials there, and it's a significant number. And I think, well, let's put it this way. I mentioned a while ago how some people have called the whole Bataan thing a farce, or a result of our colonial tie with the United States. But I brought up what my great-grandmother wrote. She said here, it is precisely because of these unsung heroes that to me personally, Bataan was not a farce, as you say. It was to me the emergence of the true Filipino spirit, what it really is, under fire and under crisis, and under the noble pressure of love of country. Colonialism, and I'm speaking from my own memory of the experience, was hardly in the minds of those who fought, as my husband, and those of us who kept the home fires burning for our men at the Bataan front lines. It was our country and its survival that was at stake, and whether the crisis was brought about by American presence here or its history interpreted by American imperialism is beside the point. Now, this is one thing that, well, the few visitors that we've had because of the whole pandemic, but this is one point that I always like to close out a tour with, is that to the men and women that are buried at the Manila American Cemetery, whether Filipino or American, you'll see that the whole cemetery is so serene, and a lot of the beauty that you see there is due to the symmetry, the cross perfectly lined up with each other, of the same size. You can't tell if it's an officer, or you can't tell if it's a Filipino, whether it's an American. You have to look closer to see, where's this person from? Where did he enter service from? You'd be surprised. You'll see from the Philippines, you'll see from China, you'll see from other countries as well that are buried there at the cemetery. And I think the symbolism that people miss out on is that all of that symmetry is not just there for aesthetics. It's a perfect symbolism of how everyone there gave an equal measure of sacrifice, because they gave everything that there's to give, their lives. So whether you're Filipino, American, it doesn't matter. To the men that fought, men and women that fought in the front lines, the politics of all of it didn't matter at all. What they did, what they thought they were doing was their duty, and they did it well. They paid their lives. They paid with their lives for it. And so, me as a Filipino working for the Americans at an American facility, or what is largely an American facility, it's important for me to point out that it also tells as much, the Filipino story, because that's how intertwined the histories are, and that at the end of the day, the politics of it doesn't matter at all. And like Dr. Jose said, the Japanese side of the story, brutal as they were, in many cases, they did what their duty was as well. So it's difficult to talk about, especially from that context, but for the person on the ground, it's a very different perspective. And that's one thing that I'm pretty sure of.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lim. Now we have another question for Dr. Macapinlac. This is from Emmanuel Landicho. Why were some Filipino servicemen during the war whose records could not be found nor available even at the mysterious record, the fact that they were USAFE-men? This is what I learned and knew from a certain veteran a year ago when I was assisting my grandmother as a surviving spouse of my late veteran grandfather every time she was attending their monthly veterans meeting. Doctor?
I am not sure if I can really answer that one regarding their records. Okay, General Carolina can probably answer no, regarding the claims.
Is the question about the claim? Will you, will you please repeat the question? Is it about the claim or?
Okay. One of our viewers was wondering why some Filipino servicemen were whose records could not be found even at the U.S. Records, given that they were USAFE-men, but they are not, I believe, recognized despite their service.
I think there's a confusion. All USAFE, as Dr. Jose was saying, they have serial numbers, and those who are really bona fide USAFE, they didn't have any problem, especially in the recognition claims. Those who encountered problems are the so-called recognized guerrillas. Yeah, and we have been negotiating with the U.S. Veterans Affairs Department that for many of these recognized guerrillas who really fought during the war, they had military service records locally. That's why they became pensioners of PVAO. However, in the recognition criteria, one of the criteria is you should be in the Missouri list. I think Dr. is familiar with this. Missouri is where the U.S. Personnel Records Center is located, and they require that you are in that Missouri list. And some of these guerrillas were not, given recognition because they were not in the Missouri list. It turned out in the NARA records that some portions of that complex was burned in the past. So really, there are some missing documents in that Missouri list. But some of these records are in the NARA records that PVAO was able to bring home. That's why we're negotiating up to now that even if the name does not appear in the Missouri list, if they have records presented with hard documents that they had discharge order. Of course, you would not be discharged if you were not in, And they have also official orders of awards, given medals given by the U.S. government. And they should be taken as hard evidence that really they should be recognized. Well, lately in the last 3 years, we were successful in having some of these, guerrillas who were not considered initially recognized later on and given recognition. But there are still quite a number whose appeal are still pending.
Thank you for that, Yusek. Here is another question from Ray G. Carolina. So Ray G. Carolina. Now, can anyone comment on the role of the Hukbalahap as guerrilla? Now, is there another side to the story? What's the real story? Maybe we can ask, or we can have Dr. Jose.
Well, the Hukbalahap was guerrilla unit that was organized even before Bataan fell. It was organized in March of 1942. And this was not a formal organization in the sense that USAFE was or the US-aligned guerrilla units were concerned. So it was a peasant army. It was rather left-leaning because it was in favor not just of defeating the Japanese, but it had a longer-term plan to for land reform, reforms in government, and things like that. It's a kind of temporary alliance with the United States in the war against the Japanese, but it was considered as the first step towards a bigger social revolution and so forth. So it was very active in Central Luzon, in Pampanga, in parts of Tarlac. It spread to Bulacan. A Hook Balahap unit was even involved in the Los Baños raid. It was one of the groups that was united with the other groups there. Later on, they were able to spread into parts of the Visayas as well. Now, the problem with the Hook Balahap is that the Americans looked at them with very negative eyes. They saw them as disturbers of the peace, that they were the main fact that they were working for land reform and social change. That would have given them more serious problems, because when the Commonwealth government came back, it would be status quo, and they didn't want the status quo. So they were fighting a different kind of war. And so when MacArthur's soldiers landed in Luzon, one of the first things that they were ordered to was to disarm the Hooks. Now, there are very different perspectives on the Hooks. If you read the Hook narrative, you have Luis Taruc's version, you have several of the other historians who have written about the Hooks. They're romanticized, they are very efficient. If you look into the records of the NARA records, the Philippine Archives records, actually, you will find other sources that kind of are critical of them in Central Luzon. If you look at the reports that are being submitted by other units in Central Luzon, and they would be critical of the Hooks. It appears that there were many attempts to come up with a unified front in Central Luzon. There were written documents. I've seen so many of those draft agreements, and always the agreements would be broken. Who broke them, we don't know. That needs more research. Now, when the war ended, only one Hook unit was formally recognized by the US, and this was the Banal Regiment. The Banal Regiment was, it operated in southern Luzon, so Noy would know about that. And it's the only Hook unit that was really recognized by the US. Now, the others were not recognized. And of course, what complicated the matter was after the war, when they fought against the US bases, the parity amendment in the Constitution, they were declared enemies of the state by the Philippine government. So eventually, they were really removed from the government narrative. And only in the 1970s, during President Marcos's term, were they recognized as a guerrilla unit that fought against the Japanese. But they were only recognized for their World War II action. Now, the post-war action, that was not included, definitely. But again, there was one unit, this Banal Regiment, which was recognized by the US, and they did receive their pensions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jose. I believe we have our last question. This is from Nicole Margaret Villabrosa. This is another question for Dr. Jose. Were there Filipino escapees of the Bataan Death March who still reported for service, or did they not return permanently? So what became of these escapees?
Well, many of the escapees actually reported again. Well, many of them, those who were physically able. Now, a fair number of the Bataan survivors were not able to join the guerrilla resistance movement because they were very sick. So they spent the rest of the war recuperating, but quite a number of them, and I cannot give percentages at this time, but a significant number of them joined the guerrilla resistance movement. Not in Manila because Manila was too hot, there were too many Japanese, but I know one who went back to Iloilo and joined the guerrilla resistance movement there. Another one went to Baguio and joined the USAFIP NL. Others went to their home provinces and joined the guerrilla resistance movement there. And so they did report. And when the war ended, again, there was this call for all members of the USAFE to report back to military control. And I think the vast majority of them who were still alive did report to military control.
Just to add, Dr. Jose, I'm sure you know the story of General Ferraren.
Ah, yes, General Ferraren, yes.
General Ferraren, Class 38 PVA. He joined, he survived the death march. Okay, he was incarcerated, and then he was left for dead.
Yes.
But yeah, a family
yes.
Took care of him. After a few months, he joined the guerrillas.
Yes.
And he was assigned in the group that intelligence group that surveilled, that conducted surveillance of UST.
Yes.
Because the UST was you know, a prison camp, and that was the first facility that during the retaking of Manila that was raided by the Americans. But during the surveillance, he was caught again by the Japanese, and he got imprisoned in Intramuros.
Yes.
In Intramuros. And during the battle for Manila, when Intramuros was liberated, he was freed there. And he wrote, you know, it has not been published in the book. 57 days in hell. He was imprisoned there for 57 days. And you know, Intramuros, that's a different kind of.
Yes.
So he went back to the service after the war, and became the first commander of the 24th TCT, and retired as a general.
Yes.
And he died at the age of 98. A few years ago,
Yeah, we also have Colonel Rio, PMA 42. He was in Bataan, and he joined.
That's right.
Colonel Rio.
And by the way, Dr. Say, he wrote a book.
Yes.
The collection of a the
title, very well written.
That's right. Well written. Recollection of a World War II veteran.
Yes.
Also, Colonel Alhambra, I think you know him, Dr. Jose from Cavite, Bacoor. Dr. Alhambra, he died at the age of 103, about 2 years ago. He escaped. He survived the death march. He, you know, he was able to escape from the POW camp, and then rejoined, you know, the guerrillas.
Yes. But and all ranks, no, from officers to privates. There's Nolasco, Sergeant Nolasco, Ateneo, volunteer. He escaped the death march and wound up in Mindanao. And he joined the guerrillas in Mindanao.
Became a labor leader.
Yeah, labor leader also after the war. He didn't remain in the army after.
Yeah. And many of these people who survived the death march rejoined the movement, and then continued their service to the country after the war. You know, they live very long.
Yes.
Some of them more than 100 years old.
Yeah.
Which proves really that what doesn't kill you will strengthen you.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Sen, you, Carolina. I'm sorry, we still have one last question here from Brother John Zeus M. Adwan. This question is for anyone. I just want to ask, because I found a record of my great-grandfather that he went to Camp Lee, Virginia, year 1948 by NSAT, C.G. Morton. I just want to ask what particular event would that be in our history, and why were there Filipino soldiers that were able to go in United States from various camps in United States? So anybody would like to answer that question?
Well, maybe I can add a little. Many Philippine officers after the war received advanced education in the United States. So depending on what branch of service you were infantry or higher command or tanks, artillery, the only place to really get an advanced education in the military was in the US at that time, particularly 1948, the 1950s. So many of the Philippine Army officers who were promising and who were capable were sent to the US to study in these service schools. Not all the combat schools, but even finance and even quartermaster. So they helped build up the post-war armed forces of the Philippines. So they were like pensionados. So I think the US government paid for their advanced education in the military.
Thank you, sir. Would any of our other speakers like to add anything?
Yeah, I would like to mention, I forgot to mention General Fortunato Abad.
Abad.
He is a World War II veteran, Yusuf NL. And we even found his name in the NARA records, in the PVAO collection. He, after the war, he took the examination in the academy and became a member of the first PMA class after the war, class 51.
Yeah.
And went on to become commanding general of the Philippine Army, and then later on became Secretary of National Defense, and then ambassador to China, and came back to work in the Philippine Veterans Affairs Office as chairman of the Military Service Board, created by Republic Act at the age of 89, and served there for 5 years. And he died, I think, 2 years ago at the age of 94 or 95.
Thank you very much. And yes, I think that's all. Thank you very much. With that, we officially end our open forum.
Thank you, everyone, for participating in our Q&A and for sending in your questions. Thank you very much to our resource speakers as well for responding to our viewers' questions. As we now near the end of our program, let us have PVAO Administrator Undersecretary Ernesto G. Carolina to deliver to us his closing message.
A pleasant day to everyone. Our country has never been in dearth of stories of heroism and bravery, all thanks to the valiant men and women who put their lives at stake for the motherland. However, these stories are blotted out from recent memory due to the long years that separated us from the past. This resulted to a generation that is somehow detached from the realities and horrors of the war before. But in order to move forward and prepare for the future, we must always look back to our rich history and learn a thing or two from the past. Despite the years that separate us from the events that transpired before, we must never forget the stories of bravery and the heroic deeds of those who served and made the ultimate sacrifice. Our veterans who serve as the bridge that connect our past to the present. The webinar today tackles important moments in our history that we all need to revisit to help us understand the human nature of the war and the struggles and victories that liberated our nation. One of these is the Bataan Death March, which is considered as one of the worst atrocities perpetrated during the Second World War. Of course, when we talk about the Death March, we also have to mention the 6 Offers Graves Registration Company, the American Battle Monuments Commission, and the men and women who were tasked to take care and lay to rest the fallen soldiers of the Death March. Also brought to light in today's webinar is the guerrilla movement in South Luzon. the guerrillas of South Luzon were very much present and active in defending our countrymen during the war, and their contributions to the war efforts should never be forgotten. I would like to thank and commend our speakers today, Dr. Ricardo T. Mr. Vicente Lim IV, and Mr. Marcelino Macapinlac, for enriching our minds with the stories of the past. Your discussions today rekindled in us the values of Kagitingan and patriotism as you inspired us with the heroic deeds of our veterans. Allow me also to thank everyone who participated in today's webinar, and we hope to see you again in our upcoming episodes. Thank you, and a pleasant day to all.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary Ernesto G. Carolina, for your message. Before we officially end our program, may we now have a photo op. We invite everyone to please turn on their cameras, and to our dear participants, you may now join us. Okay, we'll have our first photo. Please stay still for another one. And for our final photo. Okay, thank you very much.
Once again, for those who are able to pre-register, we will be sending a link to your email tomorrow. Kindly accomplish the evaluation form, and you will be receiving your e-certificate after a day. Kindly check your spam folder in case it was sent there instead of your inbox. Now, and for the next episode of our Kagitingan webinar series, we will have Dr. Earl Jude L. Cleope, and we will be discussing Negros during the war. This will be on April 22, 2021, from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. And we hope that all of you could join us again.
That concludes our episode entitled Bridging the Past and the Present, Kagitingan, the PVAO Historical Webinar Series 2021. We thank everyone for joining us this afternoon, and we hope to see you again in the next one. I am Nico Oreiro.
And I'm Felicia Lois Lanya. We have been your hosts for today. Once again, mabuhay ang ating mga bayani. Thank you and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Jose, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Vinci. Thank you, Roy. Everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Rico. Jose Carolina. Thank
Malilimutan,